Welcome to the Banco Casino here in Bratislava. We are down to the final 9 of the Slovak Series of Poker. Our tournament director, Suze, is... very nice hair today, Suze. She's sorting everyone out into their respective seats. I would remind you that we cannot see the whole cards whilst we have 9 players. We only have 8 boxes where you can see the cards, so we will have to lose one. But I'll give you the order. It will come up on the screen soon. But local favourite, Marianne, our Slovakian player, will be in seat 6, and he has 10 million chips. He is our massive chip leader. And second in chips is Roland from Hungary in seat 7. So it's a powerhouse towards the end of the table, and he has 7,000, and RG has 6,005. So that 5, 6, 7 seat, very, very strong. All the money there. I pity seat 8 and 9. 8 is Christos, one of our Greek friends. We have 3 Greeks on the table, including RG, one of our chip leaders. He has 2,500 chips. And our short stack Roland, who we saw quite a lot yesterday, is in seat 1. He's not there yet. He is one of our short stacks. But the shortest of the lot is Martin in seat 9. So there he is at the end with all the chip boys in front of him. And in seat 3, Martin seems to have been in seat 3 the whole day yesterday. He's still in with 2,800. Demetrios, who played a very, very good game in seat 2. He has 4,500, so nice, strong position. He played some excellent poker yesterday. As did someone who didn't make the final. He was down to the last 18 and was our chip leader when we started the day, but he is no longer. And I'm guessing Marianne must have knocked him out because of his chip stack. So we have 4 locals, 4 Slovakians. That's brilliant. So half the table is the local, are filled with locals. We have 3 Greeks, 1 Austrian, and 1 Hungarian. So nice mix of players, but it is good to see 4 local players here at the Banco Casino. And this is just one of quite a few big guaranteed festivals coming up. We're going straight into the Polish, which is going to be next month. So starts on the 4th, I think it is. Just had a quick check. Yeah. 3rd of November, finishes on the 13th. I'll be with you for the final table. Now that main event is 300,000 guaranteed for only 125 buy-in. It is literally the best value you will find in Europe. And the whole championship has 500,000 guaranteed. So there's a lot of other... Check it out on the Banco Casino website. That's bancocasino.sk and have a look. And then my favorite tournament of the year, the Festival, which has over 40 mixed events, including a 500,000 main event. I won a seat for that already, so and a hotel on a party poker package. There's 15 partners, including Coolbet, PAF, Betfred, Party Poker, doing satellites and packages. So lots of available packages online. Have to check which one fits in with your country. Have a look at thefestival.com and get more information. That's coming up at the end of November. And then, even then, before Christmas, we have the Spanish Poker Festival, 11th of December through to the 18th. And that is a 300,000 guaranteed. That's a main event there. So 3 big ones coming up after this amazing Slovak Series of Poker for you to enjoy, either with me JJ Hazan, or by going yourself. Great place, Bratislava, fairly cheap to stay, get special deals through the casino or through the operators of each event. Here we see our chip leader, Marion, up top with 100 big blinds and only one short stack. Another Slovakian player, Martin Pushkas, and he has 11 big blinds. And the blinds will be 50, 100, which means there's 250k already there. So a lot of pressure on Martin, 10, 11 big blinds. He is in seat 9 though. Guy with the hoodie, I think it's a hoodie, and glasses. Not looking the happiest bunny I've ever seen. We see out the flags, the floor Slovakian, the 3 Greek. It's a very good result. So 2 of the top 4 are all Greek. I saw Dimitrios play an awful lot. I haven't seen RG play, so he's new to me. Didn't come on the feature table yesterday. I think I've seen every other player, so I've got a good idea of how they're likely to play and who's likely to be the more aggressive or the more passive. So this is great. Just to tell you the prizes. So we have 50,000 euros up top, and the first out of these 9 will take home 4,000. So first hand commences, and I do apologise that we can't see the whole cards, so we'll just have to guess. Chip leaders all folding. Short stack on the small blind also folding. So an early raise from Dimitrios. He will want to make a statement straight off. He may or may not have a decent hand. I know you should have a good hand when you raise an early position, but he made a fantastic raise yesterday with 5-4 suited, hit his 4 and bet all the way and took down about a million pot with it against ace queen, ace jack, that kind of hand. So he knows what he's doing. Now our short stack is on the button. Good opportunity to get his chips in if the hand and the position helps him. Martin, C3, giving Dimitrios a stare down before he even plays his hand. A physical warning. Don't muck about with me, son. That would be the English translation. I don't know what it would be in Austrian. Big stare down. Small blind Roland. Got 2 Rolands here. Got a local one here, a Slovakian, and in seat 7, Hungarian Roland. I think he's wearing the yellow top. So 2 early raises, both getting through. There we see the banner for the festival back here in Bratislava. I was here 2 years ago. I was lucky enough to win the poker listings side event, which was a lot of fun. And one of the partners of the festival was Poker Listings. So that was kind of winning one of the sponsors tournament. Always good. And it's Hold'em, which is not my best game. Prefer more cards. So Peter now, local Slovakian player, making the raise. Christos from Greece, considering what to do. Very, very tight yesterday. Made some big folds. Ace 9, Ace Jack in position. So very, very careful player from what I saw yesterday. And here we have one of our shorter stacks, Roland Vieg, on the button. Are we going to see another early raise get through? Seems to be a pattern coming. We're onto the big blind. Oh, at least we're going to see a flop. I've got two players to the flop as straight draws, flush draws, but a fairly bad flop for a raiser, to be honest, unless he's happens to have hit a set. RG raising, betting there. Check again. Martin certainly giving the space for RG to bet. RG started the hand with 6 million, was third in chips on the table. Martin 350,000 bet into about $1 million, so a third of the pot. Those red chips are 500,000. So a lot of hands made there. Big straights. Now, if you were up and down, you'll be winning, but there's an even bigger straight that's come in. And now Martin betting. RG not liking this at all. It's the kind of bet that says I've got there. Bit of stack. Oh, it's in his face. Stack and face observation. If that was football, it'd be a foul. What is our Greek friend going to do? I think the bet was 500, but it does look like there's two 500s there, but I think two of them are in the pot. I'm pretty sure they are. So the bet is one chip, 500,000 into 2 million. So it's a very much a value bet. And that river has completed a lot of straights. Also, RG may have ace king, ace queen, in which case he can't even call with this very connected board. Straight all the way through to the queen. 6 to the queen. Martin staying very still, giving nothing away. Big solid player. Didn't get out of line yesterday when he was on the feature table a couple of times. So I am going to make the assumption he has a straight. He may not have the top straight, but I'm going to put him on a jack high straight. That's my read. If I was playing this hand, obviously we don't know what RG has, but we see the fold. I mean, if he hasn't got two pairs, he can't call anyway. There's just too many hands out there that beat him. And to bet into that pot as a complete cold bluff is not a clever thing to do. So you can't really put him on the bluff there. It just didn't make sense because the board is so connected. So if he's bluffing, one of the best bluffs I've seen, but I'm going to assume he wasn't. So nice pick up there, 2 million pot for Martin. So that's increased his stack. Peter coming in with his first hand, raising the small blind. Peter played fairly solid yesterday from the feature table that we saw him on. Very unlikely to be doing this with anything under ace 10. Does like to have a think, this young Greek player, taking his time. I apologise, I thought he still had cards. So in fact we were waiting for Demetrios. Very quick bet by Martin. Second jack has hit the board. Just under half the pot. $300 called. Flush is made. Immediate check. It's ceding the option to take this away from him. As he has the absolute nuts. It's a strange bet on the end, having bet the flop and the turn. You're basically saying, I haven't got a flush. Will Demetrios take advantage? Looks like he's going to. Whether he's got the right hand or not, it's another matter. Looks like it's going to be sizing up about half pot. It's a big bet. Peter under it, and he started with 2.4 million. It's now, that pot is bigger, including the bet. So Demetrios put him under maximum pressure. When he checked, it was a very quick check. I hope he was able to think, what will I do if Demetrios bets? It didn't seem like he thought an awful lot about it because it was such a quick check. That's the problem. You have to think, well, what will happen if I do something? So if I bet and he raises, what am I going to do? If I check and he bets big, that's a fairly big bet compared to the size of his stack. And a call is made. Demetrios. And we see that. Called with a 6. So Demetrios bluffing, and Peter decided to go with it in a way he couldn't afford not to. So if he had thought that what he was going to do if there was a big bet, or at least thought after the bet, Very nice call. And takes it down with 2 pairs. Demetrius definitely was one of the more aggressive players yesterday. Demetrios straight back in the action. Losing a pot's not going to stop him, I promise you. Now 2.5 raise. And a re-raise by Martin. Pressure right back on Demetrios. Small and big blind to go. Peter's not had a look yet. I think he's in another world. Does he know he has cards? Not sure he does, you know. Someone should give him a little give him a little Archie, give him a little elbow. Tell him he's got in a hand. Good morning. Oh, there we go. I knew he hadn't looked and his head was somewhere else. Yeah, all right, I'll just fold. And poor old Demetrios trying to get back in has lost another small amount and he's starting to be under pressure. Small and big binds, 2 of our bigger chip stacks. Nice flop if you've got an ace. Sorry, it's not Marion actually. It's Roland wearing the Lakers top from Hungary, famous baseball country, and Christos from Greece. That's not going to change an awful lot. Roland continuing to bet out here. 350 on the turn. So raise 800. Christos making the raise. Either he feels that Roland doesn't have it, or he's raising for value. But Roland calls. So I don't think that 7 may have made a difference. Ace 7 would be very nice. Let's see, check. I think we're going to see at least one ace. Yeah. Ace queen wins. So it was a good try there by Roland, but his kicker was no good. Queen carried the day, so a very nice raise there by Christos, perfectly timed. Gets called by an ace, but is out kicking him. Very good pot.
Turnej máme vyššie blindy 300, 600, big blind 600, blinds up 300, 600, big blind 600.
Okay, okay, I'm fine with that. No.
But 800 why you call kick a good?
Same system? Yes? Yeah. I have app on the phone.
Scanner. No
Scanner,
application, but scanner.
Okay.
And after you can give the computer and
Yeah. And 100,000 and 30. 30 years ago. You know go like that.
if I go in, you go in.
Yeah.
Or arrange, you go in. Nice. You know, if I raise, you behind. You know that.
Yeah.
If you want to
But
give
you
me-
know when I go all in,
The shorter stack's not getting too involved at the moment, waiting for the right hand at the right position. Nothing wrong with that. Very hard to play the jack line suited, etc. when you're short stacked.
I like this.
side game. When you and me in class 2 split, doesn't matter how many chips. Only you, other one. Not even me.
It is 575.
Maybe.
Plus.
Hey, God. It's only money, it's only a game. Long way to Rome.
Let's pick up there by RG. Who's now in late position. Won a decent pot earlier.
I missed the flow. Maybe I put ace jack. Not so good. Ace 200.
Little better.
Good. Clubs. No pair.
Christos on the big blind. Calls the raise. First to act. Very low flop. 2-2-3. Any pair is winning now. Another low card. I love that kind of Roland checking as well. Could be ace high with a kicker winning this. Yeah, it's in fact a king. King high wins. I think if Roland had bet the flop and the turn, he would have taken that down. King 9. Christos would not have called. Very solid player, Christos. Check that down well with the possibility of the king playing, which it did. Still 9 players. We need to lose one. I'll remind you that our short stack, Martin Pushkas, is in seat 9. And he's now on the big blind. So he has... I think the blinds are now 50, 150. So he's got 300 committed already, which is a third of his stack, quarter of his stack. So he may feel committed to this. See if anyone is going to attack. Oh, here comes Roland the Hungarian with a raise to 200. And Martin folds his big blind. Roland showing his hand. It was obviously a good hand because of the reaction we saw. And our short stack is now on the small blind.
2 live cards, but shit cards. Oh, no. Very far behind. Very far across. Page 225, just to the pitch. Three raise all in. Dividends to 3 says 930. Slovenska klasika do pića. Narazil sam?
Podľa mňa si konečne nejaká kombinácia.
Tak to si sám.
Short stack all in with an ace jack against king queen, and the queen immediately hits the flop. We are about to lose our 9th place finisher. Our short stack, very patient, waited for the right hand, which it was. Ace jack in the small blind, already had some chips in. So he takes home, though, a very nice 4,000 euros for the pleasure.
Hasta la vista, you baby.
And we will have a short break, I think, whilst the tables reset for the card readers. We'll see if that happens. There should be like a 10-minute break.
No.
Here, cut.
Okay, I go smoke. I go smoke.
Yes, guys, you have 10 minutes break, okay?
Okay.
10 minutes, please.
And two,
It's
three.
19.
I will be back with you in 10 minutes.
Okay. Yeah, boss.
Ελάτε, βρέτε. Ξεκινάμε, παιδιά.
To škoda hovoriť. Mobily sem. Musíme dať.
A počkaj, to daj 2, 4. To je zle. Ja tu si urobím miesto. Teraz.
To je zle, nič nie je zle. Všetko je dobré, len ty potrebuješ dve stoličky.
Normálne takto vedľa stola a...
Ty potrebuješ dve stoličky.
Ja môžem za to, že nevedia váriť, ja sa dobre nájsť.
Či to je môj problém.
No počkaj, ale toto je teraz čo?
A je, počkaj, to ideme fotiť sa.
Ja sa nefotím, musím? Nemusím, ale
Ty s ňou sa nechceš fotiť?
známi sa s
So
tým.
Zuzkou?
Nemôžete si kľudne dať akože nejakú to cez hlavu, to mi je jedno, ale ja tam chcem osvietliť.
So Zuzkou? Ale si na fotke tiež.
Please, let's go.
Zuzi, ale aj ty ideš na fotku. Ja ťa chcem na fotke tu, ale hneď. Ja.
Marekovi to potom kto vysvetlí.
Tak požiadavka hráčov.
Okay, please guys, let's go.
On sa musí posunúť. Vy sa musíte všetci poposúvať. Osmička sa musí, všetci sa musia tam poposúvať. Ja sa neposúvam ani piči.
Však ty si dobré. Však čo?
Však ja som, však on sa tu platí. Tam sa poposúvajte. Však pozri, kde máš to, tu som Marinku.
Áno.
Marinku, áno.
Tak je to, máte sedieť
Naprav to,
akoby,
moja zlatá.
každý máte pred sebou box
Teba-
a pred tým boxom
Teba
sedí.
poslúcha. On musí ísť ešte. Tak jak ja
Jak
som.
Formule 1. Box.
Jak štěpiny, prosím.
Okay guys, I said 20, it's 23.
Jaký to je koniak? Že som vedel, či sa oplatí, či nie.
Počkajte, odfotíme, potom si už môžete
Koniak
pozrieť.
je o ničom.
Welcome back, everyone, to our streamed final table of the Slovak series of poker.
Okay guys,
We're on the final 8. Exciting stuff. We will be playing through to the winner, who will pick up 50,000 euros, unless the last 2 or 3 do some kind of deal.
question one more time for making it to the auction final table.
Sue's congratulating them for making the final table.
Give you your actual chip counts. Go. So now the rules are slightly changing. I'm gonna take away your phones. Who thinks that I am too stupid?
What is this?
Each one. I need the second.
Ja mám len jednu miláčku, ale dám ti oný. Dám ti tento, bajsko, môžeš to tam dať. Ďakujem.
Skúšajú to na teba, čo?
Druhé som stratil už.
Even if you have smartwatch, I'm gonna need it. I'm gonna take them away. So all your phones, please put it here on the.
I already put there.
Great, thank you. Yeah, Martin, I'm gonna take it away. I will put it there. I'm not gonna touch it.
A tá vždy, oni dia, Cestiga má tam aplikáciu na snímanie senzoru. Ďakujem.
One more, please, guys. One more. I have 2, 4, 5, 6, 7. Somebody is cheating. Please, guys. Your phones.
Marian, daj ho.
Ja som tam, to mám, ja tam mám.
Marko, tu máš. Majo.
Ja som tam.
A ty máš kapsu, tak povedz,
On
že
má v
máš kapsu.
čapičke celej.
No ale on nie je.
Seat one.
Seat one.
It's my two, both.
Where's your phone?
Cigarette. No, cigarette. Here?
Where's your phone?
No, here telephone? No, no telephone.
You have no phone?
No.
Nie, to dziwne, ale są ludzie, którzy nie mają tylko.
To nie egzystuje.
Friend. Ah, friend.
Ten chipkant poprosić to do pokoju.
Yes, on the hot toast, So which phone is missing? No, that's I'm plugging in. Ah, okay.
Goes there. Shorty.
Button
Moje,
No, here.
Rolo, môj teplý kamarát hovoril, Mariane, jednou to skúsiš a už sa nedá.
I was
A potom mám ďalšieho, že bol si už za autonom.
To sa na to tria.
Okay, you also chip count?
Yeah.
Check what? Because the clock for So,
Now we're finally going to get underway any minute.
original box. Until I say so, you're gonna use the original box for 3 seconds on your turn. So it's my turn. Everybody fold it till here. It's my turn. I wait 3 seconds. Then you either see your cards and then put it there for 3 seconds, or the opposite way. We don't care. After these 3 seconds, you don't have to put it there back unless the dealer says. So, because he's the one communicating with the camera crew, if they have some problem, they will tell you to please put it back or something like that. But after these 3 seconds holding there, you don't have to put it back. Everything should be fine. Okay? I already told you about the heads up deducting the blind level, also the deal. One more thing I'm sure I didn't say is that our rule is that you can deal, no problem, but you are playing for 10% of the actual prize pool. I explained, let's say in heads up we have 80k in the pot, you are playing for 8k up top. That's the official rule.
8K for first or 8K?
10%.
For
Yeah,
first,
okay.
yeah, 10% of the actual prize pool.
Yeah,
Okay?
plus the
Any questions? Okay, perfect. Guys, I wish you the best of luck. Congratulations one more time.
We love you, good mood.
Service is here, so okay, perfect.
Vodka. No, later.
All right. So I wish you the best of luck. 50, 100, 100, and dealer start.
Have fun, boys.
Mariano, chip leader, raising with 10-9 offsuit. He will raise with a variety of hands. He's a lot wider range than most people put him on. People do feel he's one of those kind of solid players, but he's actually extremely creative and adventurous. Howard Rowland play a pair of fives. Looks like he wants to see a flop. So just the call. 225. And Demetrios with Queen 9 could do anything, would be my read of this. Could call, could raise, could fold. With him, he's quite maverick. All options are available when it comes to Mr. Nanos. Besides, he certainly wants to get involved. I knew that. So just flat calls. So 3 to the flop. 2-9, 2 of the players with 9s. Both hit. So Demetrios is actually winning with his queen kicker at the moment. But Marian is the more experienced player on the table. Certainly one of the more aggressive. So he's going to bet this for second pair. Demetrios will certainly call minimum, if not raise. 5s, Roland will have to let this go. No. Wow. Okay. That's told you I couldn't tell you how Demetrios will play. He hits the winning hand and folds. There you go. I don't think any of us would have predicted that one. Right. Banner in front. Polish Poker Championship coming up. 500,000 guaranteed tournament and a 300,000 main event for only 125 buy-in. Incredible. Marianne could be in trouble here. He's raised with his ace-6 suited. But RG has ace-king, the initial raiser. He will be full betting this. Marianne will know he's behind and will fold. He will always take the aggressive route, but he very rarely takes the stupid route. Very bright poker player, very nice man as well. This is surprising, just calling. So he's either calling in the hope that he's going to hit his ace-king, and he's actually behind now to the ace-6. I think that was a wrong move there, my friend. I think a raise, he may have just called because he was fearing his opposition, which I do understand. Marianne now has the lead with the pair of 6s, and RG is in a much more difficult state than if he'd 4-bet. If he 4-bet that properly, Marianne would have just folded. Now he's actually behind and can only hit a king, and he's going to get in a lot of trouble. A few more outs. Queen will give him a straight if he's able to even see the river. Marianne may well check behind here. That card is not a great card for his hand or for the potential raiser. King Queen is definitely in the raising range. Yeah, just a bit of pot control. 6 is still winning. Can RG find a way of taking this pot down? It's 2.8 million. And there need to be a very strong bet for him to win it. I'm going to try. Has to be well over 1 million, probably 1.5 million, I'd say. It looks a bit less. So only 1.2 million. Does look like a value bet. It's the right size for a value bet. But Marianne is going to just go over the whole hand, how he played it, the fact that he called at the beginning and didn't raise, which actually means he won't be putting him on ace queen or ace king, because he would have expected a re-raise. So he may feel that the a6 is not good enough, but there's a lot in the pot, costing 1 million, 1.2 million into 4. He's getting 3.5 to 1. So he's going to back his read one way or other. He'll fold if he feels he's behind, and if he feels that RG's bet makes no sense at all, he will call. Just thinking through how the whole hand is played. RG raising his eyebrows there, but he was the master of his own fortunes there. Had he played the hand properly in the first place, he wouldn't have got in that mess. Good lesson for you all out there. Don't slow play ace king. It never works. You only get in trouble one way or other, even against a much inferior ace. Well played, Marion. Picks up another pot and extends his chip lead. It's a big pot. 5 million. RG straight back in, raising with ace 10. Not going to find any opposition so far. Demetrios, king 4. Martin will fold. Peter will also fold. So takes that through, picks up a small pot. And now Marion has the ace king himself, having just taken a 5 million pot against ace king. Standard raise to 225 seems to be what the table's doing. Rolling with a pair. Definitely going to have a look. Could raise with it. But again, it's against. Wow. It's more than solid, I would say. Passing pairs on the final table. I do get it, because whatever flop you see, you're not going to like. RG calling with a very playable 7-9 suited. And he's hit the flush draw. Top pair to Marion. This could get juicy. Well, they're both going to play it very slow. Here comes the C bet. 3-2-5. Now, will RG raise or will he flat call? Problem is, if he does raise, Marion will absolutely smack him back. So I think the more disguised call is better here. Top two now for Marion. Don't know what he's put RG on with the flat call there. Possibly a king, so he knows he's beating a king. So he's probably not going to bet too much. He might bet to get the call. Something like 300 or 400. Right, but half the pot, 650, 550. Nearly half the pot. Now, RG, big decision. Calling for one card is never great in poker. He only has 15% equity in this hand. Needs to hit a club. Can't be the ace of clubs. He has basically, I think he has 5 outs. And decides against it. Marion takes another pot. The ace king being passed around the table. It's made one jump for the last 3. And now Hungarian Roland, as opposed to Slovakian Roland, will be raising. And it's 225. The table raise. Golden rule, if you're going to raise, make it 225. There's our leaderboard, and Marianne really moving ahead, double the second place in terms of big blind and more than double in chips. So he's taking a very, very strong position. I'd be fairly happy to bet that he will be in the final. Two players. Martin now deciding to raise with Queen 10. Hungarian Roland with a superior Queen Jack suited. Certainly will look at this, I think. It's in the big blind, so it's only costing him 100 to call, 125. Draw for both players. Gut shot draw. But Martin was the first aggressor and may well... Nope, he decides to check as well. So Queen Jack winning at the moment. Martin needs a Jack. Roland doesn't actually need anything, but doesn't want to hit his Jack. So 200 bet by Roland. Bit of a feeler bet. And the Queen Jack will take this down.
We have 25 minutes dinner break after this end.
Looks like there's going to be a dinner break coming up. So he's betting with the best hand, but may feel he's bluffing. Bluffing with the best hand. And Martin folds. So nice pick up there for Roland. Roland with a decent hand on the small blind. Raising to 225. Christos wanting to have a look with 7-8, and he's hit a very good flop. Although it's 3 diamonds, he's hit gut shot second pair. He's going to bet it. Very dangerous board there, and Roland just gets out the way. Very sensible. Marianne raising with a king-queen offsuit. Roland on the button. He's taking a stand. He's using his position and his stack. Making a strong 3-bet. Let's see how Marianne decides to play this when it comes back round. He's got much the better hand, but he won't know that. It's also one of the first time that someone has played back at him. Not going anywhere by the look of it. So 1.4 million in the pot already. Marianne's hit the absolute. He's going to check this. He is going to check this. Yep, there we go. And he's going to let Roland hang himself. He may well have played with Roland during yesterday's day two and may know or may think he's going to keep betting. I think a call is the optimal play here. Doesn't want to lose his customer. Roland drawing dead. The only way he can win this pot is by betting it. Or does he give up? Doesn't look like he's giving up. Yeah, he's looking at his chips. Wow. 1 million bet. Marion now deciding, does he make the raise here? If he puts him on a king, he's probably winning, the king-queen kicker. Or if he's betting with a pair of jacks, pair of queens. Looks like just the call. Roland must suspect he's a long way behind. And also must suspect that another bet will not get through. Very good. Marion checking. Absolutely fantastic passive poker. Oh, look at that. Lovely reaction. He already knows he's going to be minimum calling, but probably raising. Oh dear. Bad news. Wow, massive pot there. 4 million chips going Marion's way, and he genuinely thought he might be behind. You thought he might be playing up against Ace King there. That's a massive loss to Roland.
Teraz to nebolo až také veľmi.
Bolo to na dlhé rozmýšľanie, ale vykrikovanie. Ale prvýkrát dal tretí barver, čiže už nikdy nedal, keď bol bol a nikdy dal tretí barver. Teraz si dal tretí barver.
Peter picking up the big boys, the aces. Standard raise. It's hoping someone has a hand to call with. Just round to the blinds. Roland won't be calling. He's got to hope Demetrius has got a hand. And even if he hasn't, he may well call or even raise. No, he folds. So poor old Peter picks up the minimum. You're going to show them. No, he's not. Minimum there with aces. What a shame. It's almost like a bad beat. Marianne with a very pretty Jack 9 suited makes the raise. Roland may want to make a stand with King Queen offsuit. A reluctant call. Marianne with a very pretty Jack 9 suited. King Jack coming along for the ride. And now Peter with ace 10. So four-handed. One of the first times we've had so many going to the flop. 10, 7, 7. So the ace 10 has hit it best. Peter with a top kicker. Marianne with a gut shot. And the chip leader, of course. He'll be betting this. 525. So we know that Martin and Roland will get out the way. How will Peter play it? Marianne now hit top pair. But a full house for Peter. Will he get paid though? Marianne disguising his top pair when he checked on the turn. 2 million in the pot. Peter's in a tricky position to get paid here. Very small value bet. 450. Really is small. Enticing bet. I think Marianne really has to put him on a 10 there, which made more sense of the check on the turn. RG's advertising. Not allowed, son. Not allowed. Sees the bad news and a nice 3 million pot there for Peter.
Με το 6 με έκανε call στο river, 1,2 μίλια. Βρήκε κόλλο μαλάκα. Ας μην το πεις από το νιώθει. Να το ούσου, τι στηρίζεις το μισό το τέτοιο. Ωραία, σακ. Τι σύνας, ναι. Všetci sme naši. No. Ďakujem. Ja stojo. Tak všetci to jdem. Posem to. Torek skina jalo maličky. Pět. No. Bo.
Looks like Roland wants to come in with his Queen Jack suited. Very pretty hand. Not a great hand if you get raised though. Small blind with 10-6 will fold that. So only the lot, big blind to get through. LG Jack 9 suited, also very pretty hand. He's out of position though. Did have the option of re-raising there, but would have put pressure back on a Queen Jack. Decides to see a flop, and they both hit a Jack. But the Queen carries, but there are 3 hearts there, so they will both be very careful about this flop. That's a nice low bet. I think RG will probably be calling this with the top pair. May even want to find out where he is by raising to about 500. Just decides to call. Queen Jack, massive now. Top two. And needs to be extracting value out of this despite there being 3 hearts on board.
Hello?
Wow, it's a very different way of playing it. All in announced. As RG put him on a flush draw with a pair. If that's true, it could be the queen that he's hit. I think he felt he was ahead to start the hand.
Ace king. Ace of hearts.
Trying to get information out of Roland. I don't think he's going to get much. He's a very solid, stoic player. Doesn't give a lot away. Just has a kind of bored look on his face most of the time. Are we going to see a hero or a zero? Tricky spot. He's only really beating a bluff though. And there are some bluffs about. Ace of hearts, ace 10, ace king, as he mentioned. Not much else actually, so it's very unlikely. Not many hands likely to bluff here without. 9, 10 possibly with 1 heart. Good fold. We move on.
Ποιος με ένα φλόπ, φίλε.
60,000.
Ποιος με ένα φλόπ.
120,000.
Εδώ πριν με άσο 6. Το δικό μας. Sorry, εγώ και δεν το έχω πετάρω. Δεν το έχω πετάρω. Τι βουβουζέλα, 5,8 έχει 10 τώρα. Είναι τρίτο σε μάρκες. Το παίξω έτσι τώρα 10. Πάμε, δεν πειράζει.
Archie back in the connected jack region. Queen jack this time, as opposed to jack 9 suited. On the small blind against our chip leader, Marion. Goes all in and gets king queen to fold. Love that. Shoves all in with queen jack and Marion just folds king queen.
No, I mean he cannot show the cards, honey, because they're messy. But it's not it's flavor, but he cannot do it.
Now Marianne may have got a problem here because he's shown his cards before the hand was over. He could be on to a penalty here. He showed him and, got a reaction. There's a reason. He's called. Wow. So the push, I thought he showed his cards because he'd folded, but he hadn't actually done any action. So he's folded it, shown his hands early. That will incur a penalty. The tournament director will come along and determine it. However, this hand will still be played out first. Pushed with Queen Jack, called with King Queen. The dealer just explaining to Suze, our tournament director, what happened. But I'm pretty sure, knowing the rules, that the hand will still be played out and Marion.
But every time this happening, it's Mac, auto Mac.
Yeah, RG's wrong. It's not an auto. He wants it to be an automac because we know his hand.
That's right.
He can do it.
He can't,
Okay.
but he did it,
Yes.
and he's gonna be penalized after that. But his hand is alive.
So Sue's explaining exactly what I just said. He's not allowed to do it, but he did do it, and he'll be penalised at the end of the hand. He still had the option of calling. It's very naughty if he did it on purpose. I can't tell you that he did or not. I'm not in his head. But RG very unhappy he's been called and totally dominated here. So he's looking to hit a jack or a 10 now. He's drawing to a jack or a 10. Well, board is telling us just a 10, but a jack. Actually, yeah, no, jack's no good. King, you're right. Just a 10. Wow. So we lose RG. It's a very rash push all in against the chip leader, who is not scared to call. And we're now going to find out what penalty. So it's 1 round penalty, 7 hands. He can go and have a rest. And there's our new leaderboard. 7 left. RG takes €5,000 for 8th place. A very nice return.
Dealer reshuffle.
One dealer. Come back to that dealer there.
Taký starý a také rodeo robí.
Po breaku budeme pokračovat s jedním levelom small blind, 600 big blind, 1200 big blind, 1200. To the break we will continue with level number 7, small blind, 600 big blind, 1200 big blind, 1200, and dealer shuffle up and deal.
The blinds will be up to 61.20 now. So Marion will lose 300,000 chips, which I'm sure he will not even notice in his penalty round. But the others will feel there's a little bit more room to manoeuvre here with our chip leader out the way for 7 hands. So Martin called with King 8, Roland with 10-7. So it is 7 and a gut shot. Martin, the original, it wasn't a raise, it was just a call. It's hit the second pair, the 8, but no one's going anywhere on this flop. Martin now hit 3 8s. Straight flush draw though for Roland. Can't be folding this. 9 of clubs and he's got the absolute. Still got the straight. Unfortunately for him, his 7 is no good now. So he really has to hit a club. That's pretty well all he can hit. So full house to Martin, who will look to get paid here. Hard to put Roland on a jack. Otherwise, I think we'll see more action on the flop. Oh, well. Okay, Roland. He did bluff off an awful lot of his chips earlier to Marion. Looks like he's getting ready to bluff off some more. Nice bet there by Martin. Wasn't worried at all.
Always good. Full house. Lucky river. I don't know.
Martin with nice suited connectors here. 7-8 of diamonds. Very playable hand. Just moving up slowly up the leaderboard. Christos Vetas folding an ace on the small blind. Interesting fold. Demetrios finding a way into the pot with a raise with King Jack. Roland, as he hasn't shown he's the kind of player that will call with his hand. He's folded 6s, 2s, and this time it's not even paired, 7-3 suited. Although he may feel that he's certainly got value to call. Getting 5-1, 4-1 rather. But he looks like that when he's got aces as well. He has a very kind of dour, sad look about him every time he looks at a hand. But he is going to call. Looking for a low or connected flop here. Well, I think you like the first card, but this gives Demetrios an up and down and higher cards. So I would think he'll be betting this, and we'll probably take it down on the flop.
325.
Nicely sized bet, half the pot. He's got the up and down if he does get called. So Dimitrios still fighting hard. Lost a couple of hands earlier, but coming back. And here we have our leaderboard. So we can see that Hungarian Roland, who was in third place, I think, when we first started this, is now our shortest stack with 17 big blinds, but very playable. And Marianne, who's on a 7-hand ban for showing his cards before the end of a hand, has 18 million. So he has nearly half the chips in play, just under, which is a very, very strong position. Martin in early position with Queen Jack. I'm sure he wants to raise, but may do anyway. Some people will not raise with this kind of hand in early position because there's just too many other players to get through. Ace 10 suited has gone all in. Demetrios has a nice suited ace. I think Martin will probably have to fold his Queen Jack. It's a big 2 million is a lot to call. Yep. Well played, Roland. Roland with a playable Jack 10 on the button. Are we going to see a raise? Immediate fold with 7-2. Has Martin got anything? He does. There's a very nice King 10 heads up. King 10 suited. Now we know it's dominating, and he won't, but it is a very good hand to defend with. Plays well. King 9, King 10 suited. Roland does not want to hit a 10 on this flop unless it's accompanied by a Jack. Neither. But backdoor hearts. Gonna bet this. Well, we're kind of asking the question. This bet is betting for information. Has Roland got an ace? We'll find out that he hasn't. Roland with a pretty ace 5 suited. Raising slightly different amount to the others, 260. I think the others have been, I think it's fairly similar actually, 250, 260. Demetrios with king 8 offsuit. Looking interested for a bit and folds. And everyone folds round to Hungarian Roland.
Poker is so boring at the moment. At the moment it's really boring. Mama.
Demetrios looking here involved with 10-5 suited. He's made one better hand fold, 2 better hands, and takes down the pot. Nice bit of aggression there by Demetrios.
Andiamo. Aha. Čiže veľký blind ste by zobrali normálne.
Nie, ten máš speku, lebo to si vyhral to Voline. Tú ruku si odehral, to bola tvoja živá ruka.
Počkaj, telefon.
Si nedostal ďalší odbyt.
Čakaj, teraz ja som v ktorej krakci.
Marion is now back to the table, having served his sentence of 1 round penalty. Still got his phone with him though. Might get banned for that as well. You're not allowed to have your phone on a feature table when it's being streamed. In case friends send you information, even though we are on a half-hour delay. So Christos raised with a king-queen offsuit. Under the gun, Martin wants to see a flop with a pair. Now, how's Peter going to play his 8s? Just the same, he's just calling. Roland will definitely want to see a flop with 5-7 suited. 4 players to the flop. Who's going to hit best? We've got 2 sets. We've got the king-queen up top and the 5-7 suited. There's a 7. But the 8s are still winning. Not a good flop for king-queen. Peter will bet this for information. He's got a pair of 8s, but he needs to find out where he is. So our original raiser, Christos. Not going to give up quite yet. Calling with 2 overcards, and Martin folds his pair of 3s. Peter looking suspiciously at Christos. Might see this check. Yeah. And now he's filled up. 8's full house. Christos drawing fairly thin on the turn anyway. But now we're going to see a value bet. And I think, unfortunately for Peter, it'll be folded. Martin, ace king raising the 275, so slightly more than the other raises. Marion will not be folding ace 10. Let's see how he's going to play it though. Looks like he's going for the raise. Now, last time he did this against RG, who is out, RG had the ace king and did not re-raise with it, and that got him in all sorts of trouble. Rolling with the queens though. Now Martin really, if he's going to play this hand, he has to shove his ace king, and then Marion will fold. That's how it should go. We will see what happens. Yep, well done, Martin. And Marion will just fold his ace 10. Yeah, all right, I'll get out of the way. Fair enough. Fair enough. So we got a classic race of ace king against queens. We know one ace is out already. Martin reluctantly. So Roland is at risk with the queens. It's a showdown. But Martin will lose more than half his stack if he loses this pot. There's the ace from space. Looks like Roland, who fought well but ran pretty badly on this final table. Looks like he's out unless he can spike one of the two remaining queens. 6% equity. And Marion has increased his stack, and we lose Roland in 7th place. We'll see how much he gets in a sec. €6,000. Still a nice amount to take home and take your mates out for a drink. And there we see Marion still big chip leader despite having to. He's lost $1 million actually in the last round or two with the forfeit and raising and having to fold. Martin now up to second. There's our money: 50,000, 30, 20, 15, 11, and 8.5 for our next. Down to 6. We're down to 6 here at the Slovak Series of Poker. All 6 prizes in front of us. Everyone wants the top one.
Mariana, idem po ňom teraz, jak ona pouďano.
Wow. Martin using his increased stack to raise with 4-2 offsuit. Certainly adventurous. But last time he raised, he had ace king. So it does put pressure on all the players. It's good to mix up your raises. Very nice.
Svoje si nedám, tvoje nechcem. Tak.
Now Marianne come in with a raise with the 5-3 suited, decides against it. Christos Queen Jack on the button. Fairly good holding to raise with. However, Slovakian Roland, well, we only have one Roland now, since we've lost Hungarian Roland. Slovakian Roland, who's been very tight, very solid. Now it's King Queen. How's he going to play it, though? He hasn't shown many 3-bets, but looks like we've got one now. I'm still thinking about it. Looking down at his hand like it's... wow. Okay. 3-handed, folding King Queen. Quite surprised. That perhaps is a bit too solid. You need to start adjusting your range now. 6 players on the table. Hands like King Queen increase in value. And I'm not sure he's adjusted there. So a good raise by Christos with the Queen Jack, but the King Queen really is not a hand to be passing there. I don't think. Missed an opportunity. Christos raising 2 hands in a row now. Ace 10 offsuit. Demetrios will want to see a flop with King Jack. Does he want to raise with it as well? Wow. Some very interesting folds here. Now Martin, he will not be folding. Let's get one prediction right. He will not be folding ace 10. But he only called. In position, he's only called. He's not actually, he's in the big blind. So he's out of position, which is fair enough. There's your King Queen. Okay. So Martin with backdoor hearts, both with the gut shot draw. This may well go to the aggressor rather than anyone else. Christos in position. Martin not going anywhere at the moment, quite rightly. Christos going to fire another bullet. 1.2 million in the pot. No, he's slowed down. A tame end. But give each other a wry smile. Yep, there it is. Martin, wry smile. Seeing the same hand.
You don't know what is robota.
What is robot?
Work, hard work.
No. For you not. For me it's fun.
For you is fun. Robota.
No, I'm not robot. When you look the stream with what I raised before, stealing, then you say, oh, no, possible.
It's one line?
Really? Yes, sir.
Not for you.
for other people. Squeeze robota. Greater robota. Gréci tiež sa nepretrhnú.
Maňári.
240. Trojka raise. 240, that's 340.
Martin getting out of line again, folding, raising with 10-3. However, neither player has hit, so he may well win this by betting. Peter with Jack 10 has to fold. So aggression winning the day. Martin raising with some very cheeky hands, but they're working. This time, Martin electing just to call with a 10-7 suited. Much better hand than he's been raising with so far. And both the small and the big blind happy just to see a flop. 2-5-5. Peter's moved ahead with two pairs. But it doesn't mean he will win this pot. Going to have a bet to find out though. On the small blind, could have anything. Could easily have a 2, could easily have a 5. And both the other players will recognise that. And also, he's a fairly tight, solid player. Marianne's using his stack, raising here. Will that Peter's calling. Peter's not going anywhere. Now Marianne and Peter, both locals, should know each other. That gives Marianne a flush draw to the queen, as well as an 8. So he's got can't hit a queen here, but can hit an 8 or a diamond, or counterfeit 9, in which case the pot will be split. I think Peter will probably be check calling or check folding, depending on what Marianne does. I think Marianne knows he can only win this by making a strong bet. Did raise earlier in the piece. No, it's given up. Demetrios will not need encouragement to get his chips in on a pair of sevens. Peter folding his pair. Marion with ace king will be calling. So we have a classic race again. Sevens at risk. Demetrios played very, very well yesterday, Demetrios, but he will either be doubling up to 4.7 million or be out. Increased equity with a jack coming in to Marion's range. Not now, only a jack. 4 jacks to hit for the straight, otherwise there'll be a nice double up for Demetrios. Okay, good hand. No one did anything wrong there. It all went to book. And the sevens double up against our chip leader. Demetrios slow on putting his cards in the box. A6 off suit. Marion on the button. Will raise. It's against his religion not to. A7 Christos sees. And Roland has both choices available. Getting odds to see a flop or can fold. Both choices fairly even. He never looks very happy when he plays a hand. It's one of the more miserable poker players I think I've ever seen. If he wins this, I hope he smiles. No one's hit this. See how it goes.
It's easy to watch, but hard to play.
Marianne's aggression and chip stack winning another pot. Very, very impressive poker player. And I think the table are fairly scared of him, to be honest. Christos premium hand on the button. Roland throwing his cards off the table now. Demetrios thinking about. He's on the big blind, so it's only costing him 140, getting 4-1 on his money with a suited king. So may well be worth calling here. You are out of position though, so it's just a choice. But 140 going in. And the long way around by putting all the blues in. So king 6 suited against ace queen offsuit. There's the ace, but there's 2 hearts. This could be an interesting pot here. Demetrios checking. I think he's looking. Certainly will be calling. Could be looking to check raise here. He does cover Christos. Just depends when he wants to get it in. If he pushes now, there's 2 ways of winning. There's no guarantee Christos has got an ace. But if he does go all in, I think we will see a call. Can't be folding ace queen 6-handed when you've hit your ace. Oh my goodness. I am almost speechless. Even if you know he's got an ace, you've got the nut flush draw. What are you waiting for? He's made some really surprising folds. Very odd folds, to be honest. If you play king 6 suited and you hit your heart, your hand, your flush draw, and then fold, why are you playing king 6 suited? This commentator seriously does not understand. So any of you guys watching, if you can enlighten me or tell me what's going on, I'd be very, very grateful. Looks like Demetrios is raising with his 9-7 suited, which is dominating Martin's 8-7. Not afraid to call though. Gut shot draw for Demetrios, and also a gut shot draw for Martin. Martin needs a 9, Demetrios needs an 8. They do not want to hit their top pair, either player. And good play there by Martin to take down another pot. Just building very, very nicely. Roland's patience may be paying off here. He's got a good hand on the cutoff. So late position, pair of nines. As usual, doesn't look too happy about it. Please don't tell me you're folding nines here. This has been a very strange final table. He's pushing with it. 1.7 million. Ace 2 folds, 8-3, 10-4, and just picks up the blinds with that.
What capital amount?
Turnaj máme vyšší blindy, small blind 1000, big blind 2500, big blind 2500, blinds above 1000, 2500, big blind 2500.
Martin round raising with a proper hand on the button. It's raised with 4-2, 5-2, 10-5 suited, all sorts. Now he is raising with a proper hand, but Marian has a hand he can defend with, 9-8 suited. This will all be about the flop. Both players playing pretty well. Martin moving up and up the ladder. Ace 6-3 with no help at all for Marian. So he has been 3-betting a lot, but I'm not sure he will against Martin. I think he'll recognise that he's not going to be able to bully him off the pot. We'll see. Yeah, that makes sense. Other players he will choose to attack, selecting his victims very carefully, like a good player should. Peter now raising with the Queen Jack offsuit on the button. But Marion has ace 10 and will absolutely 3-bet. He will not be calling. He never calls when he has these kind of hands. Puts pressure right back on Peter. Elects to fold. Shows his hand. Marion may well show just the ace, but she does. So everyone happy? This time Marion, our chip leader, has the aces on the button. We'll make the usual raise though. Not get too excited about it. Maybe 270, something like that. 250 even, yep. Doesn't want to give away the strength of his hand. Christos, small blind folds. He needs the big blind to have a hand. Unfortunately, the big blind is Roland, who would probably fold ace queen. Looks like we're going into a break, guys. I think this will be a 30-minute break, a dinner break. We'll soon see on the clock. We are down to 6 here at the Slovak Series of Poker.
Was hat der vorher gespielt?
Hat man alles gesehen. Drüben sieht man alles live.
Ich weiß, 10 Minuten. Ja, das
Die ganze Zeit, die spielen dort, das ist live. Halbe Stunde aber verspätet.
einen rüber und sagen, ja, das ist nicht
Martin, 500, okay?
Do whatever you want. You're the boss.
Thank you.
Costa. Veka. Ta.
Gentlemen, please, your phones. You can just give
Ja. Toto všetko mojo.
Please close our phones.
K5. Τους πόσα έχει εκεί πέρα.
How much is there? Duo, trio,
Ούτε
4, 6, 6,
Costa.
7.
19. 1,9.
Split pot.
10. 7.
Maybe.
10.
9 και κάτι, 6 και 6,5, 15,
He will
3,
see.
2, 1, 7, 3, 8.
Lukáš to sa nie
He will see, you know.
No, he won't.
Ah.
Ή θα ρίξω ή θα φάω.
How chips?
Ένα,
Oh, here, at the other place.
Yeah. Yet.
Ready to rumble?
Co ty máš?
Alright. So, I wish you
Thank you.
good luck, prajem veľa šťastia. 81, 60, 80, 161 viewers, start please. Good luck, guys. Enjoy.
Pozor, 3 pas. 4 pas.
Welcome back, everyone. 6 left, 50k up top. Marianne, our chip leader, will not take his foot off the pedal. Ace 8, he's raising. Blinds have gone up to 81.60, so the raise now 350 or thereabouts. Demetrios, I'm in the fold. We'll take big hands to call our chip leader. Everyone knows what a strong player he is. He has lost a couple of pots, but he's still probably the best player on the table. Actually, definitely the best player on the table. And like I said earlier, I have played against him a few times and have nothing but respect for how he plays. He mixes it up a lot, but he's very, very hard to take off a pot. Demetrios looking to raise in the small blind with 10-9 against Martin, who's increased his stack bit by bit during this final table. He is not going anywhere with ace-8 suited. And pushes. Massive pressure. Fantastic play here, Martin. Just puts the pressure and decision right back on Dimitrios. He's playing a very, very good game. And looking like him and Marian will be up there in first and second. Very tough Austrian player. Been raising with all sorts of hands. And in the main, getting them through. And that's a lovely play there. Puts all the pressure back on Dimitrios, who has been raising with variable hands. And I'm sure Martin's picked that up. Good play. Marian with another ace. Probably the same raise to 350. Dimitrios now down to 20 big blinds. Started the final table in the top half. Now in the bottom half. Peter with a big blind picks up a very useful pair of eights. However, he is out of position. It's a difficult hand to play, really, against the chip leader who's already raised. I mean, book says he should re-raise, but it's up against Marian, who does not like folding. And he's going to be out of position, and any overcards to the 8 is going to be difficult. So nothing wrong with a call. And then reassess on the flop. Please don't fold. Not six-handed. Mid-pair. We had 9s folded earlier. Yeah, he's just calling. I think that's probably the wiser option. Any problem now is he's got 2 overcards and the raiser will bet again. Marianne will not give this up. As soon as Peter checks, he will look to bet to take this pot down. May feel his ace is winning anyway. What a small bet. 450 and an immediate fold. Folds the 8s and shows. Marianne will not be showing his hand. Very useful graphic here. We can see that Marion has gained 6 million, but Martin behind him, as I thought, just behind him in terms of the gain, with both other players also positive, and obviously our two players that are out. Sorry, our two shorter stack players losing track. Roland, especially in seat one. Been folding a lot of pairs, not taking too many opportunities, and then pushing with hands like pairs of nines, where he's unlikely to be called by anything better. So he's playing a very patient game, give him that. Peter raising with an 8-7. Looks like that's going to get through. Yep.
Number 12, small blind 2000, big blind 4000, big blind 4000. This is the last level for registration or re-entry.
Left-handed not so easy.
More vegetables.
I don't want to make it faster. Extra for you.
4 race, 350. 350. Let's pass. Awesome pass.
Peter raising with the A6 suited. And Mr. Happy folds. Martin this time with a premium hand with the jacks raising, but he's up against Marion, our chip leader, with ace-king suited. We're going to see a 3-bet come in. Probably just over the million, maybe 800-900. 850. Now these are our two head stags clashing. Martin respecting the raise and just calling. Wants to see a flop. Knows he doesn't want to see an ace. Well, any overcard ready to the jacks. Not a bad way of playing the jacks. Perfectly fair.
Yes, I gave you 8,000. No, you gave
Confusion there about the blinds with Demetrios. A very good flop for jacks. Martin's checking it. Interesting. Letting Marianne bet. I like this. I think he knew he was going to bet. Not going to be a lot though by the look of it. Nicely measured bet by Marion, and Martin will just call. Yeah. Still doesn't want to see a big card, and there's the king. I think Martin has played this too slowly. He had the opportunity there to take the pot down with an overpair. Should really been raising on the flop, and now he's induced. Now losing to the king, and he's now betting when he's behind. Called instead of raising, and now Marion has hit a beautiful king, and this really could be trouble for Martin. Played very well so far, but he's got himself in trouble on this hand. And of course it's against our chip leader, who just calls. Very nice. Disguising the strength of his hand. And we'll probably see a check there, but I think Marion will be wanting to bet for value here. He can't think he's losing. Oh, all in bet. Wow. All in. He's got you covered. No point counting, Martin. He's got you covered. And you got yourself in this trouble, my friend, by being a little bit greedy on the flop. That was definitely a flop you should be raising with the overpair. You're trying to trap, and you've trapped yourself. That's an easy mistake. We've all made that mistake. Just getting a little bit greedy, and then you find you're in trouble. You've got to think, what will Marion have been re-raising with in the first place? An ace-king, king-queen suited, ace-queen are all in the range. So any overcard to the jack coming on board is potential trouble. He's now thinking it through, but a bit late. And he raised on the flop. Marion may well have had to fold if it was a good enough raise. Really doesn't know what to do. It's a big call if he makes it. And if he doesn't, he's lost a pot of about 6 million. Folds his jacks. Another very, very good pot to Marion.
Vielleicht hat mich der König gerettet. Maybe the king saved me. I had double checks. Double checks? 50-50. Bluff or maximum?
And no surprise that we see our two chip leaders, Marion and Martin, right at the top of the aggression frequency. And also the pre-flop raising. None of this is surprising, with 3-4 players around the 10% mark.
But on this board, of course, he raised.
Roland making a decision on the button. He's pushing with ace-2 suited. It's a strong raise. He's hardly played a hand. Everyone knows that. And he does have an ace. But he only has 11 big blinds. Picks up, shows an ace, picks up, slams it down on the table. Still not going to get a smile out of him, though. Very pretty ace king with Christos, who's pushing for his 2.8. When it comes back round, Marianne will call with tens. He can afford it. There's a 10 out already, Jack 10. So he's just got to avoid the ace or king hitting. Getting a count, but he will be calling. This could be a great double up opportunity for Christos, or we lose another player to our chip leader. We are at the races. Marianne's tens against Christos's ace king. The table will certainly be voting for Marianne, so they all move up a place on the payouts. Safe board for tens. There's the king, though. Ace king has doubled up. I don't think Marianne can be too unhappy. He's only lost 2.5 million out of his 18 million, so 19 million. So a nice double up there for Christos.
Als König heute gut, ungewöhnlicherweise. Too much. Too much. Trichisitsky doma. 3,000 euro at home. Go, go, go! Yeah. Not good. Nestavuješ tú športku, tak čo s tým? Áno. Keď mi neprídete na námika. Tak potom čo? Ja si mám dať.
And things calming down after that excitement. This time we've got 4-2 against 5-4.
25 minutes break.
Marianne against Peter. Small blind, big blind. Marianne just lost a pot and will not miss any opportunity to win a pot. Bets with the worst hand. Little nod there to say, I had a 6. He's got all the tricks. Nice bit of body language there. Martin raising, but above his usual range of 2-4 and all sorts of rubbish he was raising with earlier. 9-7, but Marianne will defend his Queen 10 on the small blind. And a straight fold from Christos. So our two warriors, our top two, although of course Martin has lost a lot since. Neither player has hit. Backdoor flush for Marianne. He's thinking about raising. Does like a raise. Doesn't like losing anything. And very nicely played again. For those watching this final table, I don't think you can do far wrong but to look how Marianne plays this and follow how he plays. And he's just well over 100 big blinds, 17 million still, despite losing a big pot to Christos, who doubled up with the ace-king against Marianne's 10s. Anyone's game. Roland just waiting for a hand as usual. Demetrios not been able to play as freely as he did on day 2, and folding not flush draws. So okay, that one is still bugging me, and a couple of you on the stream commented on it as well. I got asked, can I find out why he folded? Well, I can't talk to the players, and it's a 30-minute delay. So the answer is no, but I want to know as well. Marianne with an ace-4, raising on the button. This will be interesting to see how Christos plays his pair of 5s. I like this. He's raising with it. He's made very few raises, and I think Marianne will recognise that. Roland will be shoving with the jacks. And then both Christos and Marianne. Christos will have to call because of the value. I'm not quite sure why. I don't know why he's so unhappy about every hand he plays. It's just like resolved. He doesn't have any joy in the game. And Christos gets the bag news. He was fully committed to that. He'd already raised to 1.2 million. So having doubled up just now, he may be under pressure. Mr. Happy will be doubling up unless one of 2 5s in the deck comes. Ooh, close. 1 5 left. Well, 1 card left to hit a 5. Nope. just around it. So Roland doubles up, almost smiles. I wouldn't call that a smile, but going to get a count there, and that's quite a dent. I think that's half of Christos's stack, or maybe at least a third.
To bude so mnou hádať, vidíš? On sa bude hádať s tebou o čokoľvek, ale nerozumie tomu ani ty. Hádať sa je hádať a pýtať sa je pýtať. Čo sú dve rozdielne veci. 1 500 000. Dá sa
55. Ne?
Ale tak 35. Good.
Come back.
Vidíš, že vieš. A neviem, čo si tam to rukou domazoval na tými čekušek, to si mal snaj pušovať. Tak, že si chcel tých 5 minút slavy, si už 15 sekúnd. Ja viem, čo ty máš. Keď máš SSOP tiež nezáujem. Ale čo chceš si? S svojím denkom si chcel? Ja neriešim nič, tak ja som vedel, že som tam nekrytím to. Čo si myslíš? Čo chceš? Takhle? Ja by som tam bol, keď som mal kartu, bol by som tak či tak. Tak myslím, že do dvoch som to nechcel, vieš. To je tak dobré, ale jak si to chcel ovplyvniť? Tým silverolom? A z toho som sa bál, ty máš za čo dobré. Už on nemohol zahodiť, keď rejzol na milión.
Marianne with another ace. You have very few hands that don't involve an ace. This time a much nicer ace 4 suited. A lot stronger hand than ace 6 or ace 8. Connected and suited, even though it is lower. It's definitely a more playable hand. I'm not quite sure what Dimitrios is thinking here, but then I have no idea what he's thinking at any time, to be honest. He's definitely a player that I have not worked out. Chip leader now with a much better ace than he's been used to, but yet again he has an ace. He is running so good on this table. And even the hands that he hasn't got, things like 4-2, he's winning against 5-4 because of his ability rather than the hands. But he's run well and played well, and that's a very, very tough combination to beat. And Demetrios is making a stand with a Queen 9. I think Mariam will call him. There's no reason why he won't call him. It's only 2.5 million, and he could be pushing with anything. Ace Jack is just too strong to fold here. Six-handed and against a very unusual player. Obviously, he is worried about being up against Ace Queen or Ace King. And Demetrios got his chips in very quickly, as though he had no choice. So it's certainly no shame in folding here, but against this player, I think Ace Jack's even stronger. Gives it up. Yeah, I totally understand his thinking there. But and then Demetrios did have 40% anyway in that hand. So no guarantee the Ace Jack would win, although it was dominating the Queen 9. So nothing wrong with the fold there. Wait for a better spot.
Ale môžeš nám vybavovať telefóny, keby...
Jasné. Dobrý deň, sekretariat Mariana Flash.
Keď bude volať moja maminka, že ešte stále žijem.
Dobre, dobre.
Že máš, že si vo pateri.
Áno.
Teraz by si mal vojnu doma, kamarát. Čo?
Osmička pas?
Ne, toľko, nie? No, tak sme ho nedokončili, hovoríš, že páry posuje a... No hej, to by bolo... Alebo... No, spýtaj sa, ako to vypadá.
Jednotka race 330, 330.
A však si chcem myslíš,
Dvojka pas. Trojka pas.
Potential pot brewing here. Ronan with one of his first raises, though, an Ace King. And everyone folds. Virtually, it's hardly played a hand. He's either shoved, but that was one of his first actual pre-flop raises. And getting the respect he probably deserves because of how tight he has played. Roland now calling on the small blind. Sorry, under the gun. Okay. Dimitrios in the hijack with ace-9. No idea how he's going to play this. Both equal stacks. I'm not sure he knows how he's going to play it either. And that's how he's going to play it. All in. Anyone else? Any premium hands behind? The way Roland's played earlier, I think it'll be a fold. But Christos buying a bit of TV time. We know he's folding, but wants to give Dimitrios a bit of an eye. And the sixes fold. Dimitrios with a pretty Queen-9 suited. Definitely in his raising range. But I'm learning to make no assumptions with the way he plays. Folds it. Okay. Marianne on the button with 7-9 offsuit. Can't believe he doesn't have an ace in his hand. And everyone will be aware that he's going to be raising a wide range of hands. Not that that will help Christos. And then tightest player on the table, Roland, will also be folding. This time Roland with a raising hand on the small blind. He's up against previous raise from Peter with King 8. And he is re-raising. He is showing his wares now, having been very, very solid and tight early on, and will get maximum respect. Very well played. It shows you how strong table presence can be if you set up your character early on. Very good play, Roland. Moving up nicely and in good time. Marianne, the ace magnet, has yet another one. Connected 3. But Christos with a strong ace. Ace jack suited. Should be 3-betting this. 6-handed. Just calls though. Roland doubled up from where he started. Now, Chris, Queen 10 doesn't like the middle queen suited queens by the look of it. Martin folds. 2 players to the flop. Chip leader with ace 3. Christos with ace jack suited. I was split pot possibilities here with the ace playing a 5. But Marianne will follow through. I don't think Christos will fold on 1 bet. Got 2 high cards. Hasn't hit a flush draw, but what is he going to be losing to?
Poprosím turnajných hráčov, aby opäť zaujali svoje miesta. 3 minúty budeme pokračovať.
That's the issue of not re-raising with the ace jack in the first place. You put yourself in difficult positions if you don't hit against a good and aggressive player like Marion. Christoph doubled up earlier against him when they were all in. Ace king suited against 10s and then doubled down, but he folds. That's the problem. This time Marion not got an ace, but does have queen 10 suited. He probably wouldn't recognise a bad hand if it hit him in the face. Folding a good hand there. Christos without thinking, jack 10 suited. Demetrios with a king 8 offsuit. And now we're on to the blinds. Martin this time has an ace. How's he going to play it? He has shoved with these kind of hands before. Decides just to peel. So ace 9 is up against queen 10 suited. And Marion is in position. Not a good flop for a raise. And ace will not be folding to a bet here. Oh, wow. I was wrong again. Marianne is just rolling over this table. Whatever he does, people are just folding the best hand or giving up without putting up a fight, which is fantastic for Marion. He's got his name on this trophy unless things go badly wrong towards the end. And you can see there what a dominating Fritz chip stack he has. 115 big blinds. I don't think he's had better. And then a lot of kind of middling hands all looking at getting up that leaderboard. Roland weighing out a raise with his ace-jack offsuit. Dimitrios with the same hand. Both got the same stack. This could go down to the aggressor. Yep, I thought Dimitrios would push there. Now, Martin folded his sevens. Is Roland going to call on the end or take the loss? Tough spot. Pretty well his whole stack. And it's only ace-jack. Looks great when you raise. Not so good when you've got to call a push. So this is a nice play by Dimitrios. Great way of winning a pot. Probably will be split if Roland calls. But Roland in a tricky spot, really doesn't know what to do. Yeah, longer it went, the more likely he was to fold. So nice play there by Dimitrios.
Ja som to nedal tým jeden pas. Dva pas. Tri raise.
Martin raising with King 10 on the cutoff. King 9 suited coming along. Could be an interesting battle if they hit a king. If Marianne wants to call for value. Nope, decides against it. This is the kind of hand you should be calling for value. You know exactly where you are. If high cards come, you fold. And if not, you've got a chance of picking up a big pot with a very disguised hand. Neither. Oh, yep. Peter said his 9. And now he's got nut flush and the 9. Well, not betting. Martin sees the inferior hand win, but no betting from Peter there, which was a bit strange.
Snažím se, ani já to nechcem doma. Asi nikdo, no.
A ty si od hodinu
Zápas. Tak radšej by som mohol.
This time Peter will be raising with the ace-9. Chip leader Marian on the button folding. Christos with the ace-10 suited. Now last time he had a better ace, he just called and he's done the same thing. Do favour the raise here. Find out where you are. But this is his choice. We're all different. We win and lose at this game by sometimes the style we play as opposed to what the book says. But he's in the strong position. Wow, he's got the nuts with the straight flush draw. What a hand. And top pair for Peter. This could be expensive. Lovely check there. Christos will just make the call. Bit of checking. Bit of Hollywood. What a flop. Wow, he's raising. That's very strange. He's raising with the nuts as opposed to just reeling in Peter. And now Peter, has to think, how is he behind here with top pair, top kicker? Does he feel Christos has the game to be raising without the kind of hand he has? If he gets paid, I suppose I'm going to have to say it's a very nice raise, but it's a very unusual raise. When you've got the nuts like this, virtually unbeatable, just check call, and then raise on the river. Making it very difficult for Peter to know where he is, though. That's one positive. But you can't be beaten with this hand. I mean, it's virtually impossible. He's 97% favourite. Okay, let's sorted that out. I made a mistake by the sound of it. He meant to call, not raise. He put the wrong colour chips in, basically. So, fair enough. Just made a mistake. He did not mean to raise. He put 4 chips in, actually, which was the 400 that he thought he was putting in, but he put 4 500s in 2000. So, big error there. Would have he probably lost at least $1 million potential.
You helped me, huh? Of course. Yeah. I hit the 9. Ace 9 I played. Yeah, of course. But no heart. No heart?
Marianne with a beautiful ace king suited in the cutoff.
I want only calls, but they take long.
Yep, he's saying he took the wrong chips. Well, I'm glad about that in the sense of it was just an error rather than Very poor play. Demetrios, is he thinking of pushing again with Jack 7 offsuit? It's worked a few times for him. And Marianne has been extremely active on the raising pre-flop. He's done it almost every hand. This is not the time, Demetrios. Not the time to call either. Needs to hit a magic flop here to be ahead. Well, there's one. Let's hit a 7. Checks it. Marianne will bet. Probably not high. He usually bets something like a quarter to a third of the pot. So just under half. How confident is Demetrios going to be with his second pair? He's made some very strange folds tonight. Looks like he is confident and he's measuring up a raise. There he goes. Well, I think Marianne may have to let this go. 2 overcards with no real draw, and Demetrios is committed. Can't win them all, my friend.
Blinds up 36, 100, 200. Small blind, please.
Blinds are now up to 100, 200. So the most likely raise will be about probably the 450 mark now. 475 in Marianne's case. Now will Roland play his ace on the button. He will fold it. So everyone folded, including the big blind. Easy game.
Stunde stehen lässt, dann regt er nicht auf. Ja.
Probier gleich mal.
Du hast eine Stunde stehen lassen.
Probier mal.
Okay, wenn er nicht gut ist, kann er gerne einen anderen bestellen. Was war das? War eine Dauerkabine. Oder ist ein Kaffee wirklich zweimal lang stehen?
Ja, was ich gleich sagen.
Okay.
Awesome pass. Jedna pass. Dwa pass. Three pass. 4 race. 425 minutes.
Peter making a move with Queen 2 suited against our chip leader. You should know doesn't like folding. And is dominated by Marion's Queen 7, the computer hand. Lots of split pot possibilities here, but probably going to go down to the aggressor.
350.
Marianne just gives up on the flop, and I think probably fairly sensible there. Well done, Peter.
New deck.
Yeah.
Carlos on the floor. Już podchodzą. No. Już podchodzą.
What's this, Christo? That's
Yeah.
right.
No, no. No.
Co na to pregadasz?
To było nic trójka, no.
Tria, tria. Sette.
Das ist noch alles, oder? 20 Minuten ist alles wieder anders. 20 Minuten ist alles wieder anders.
Siehst du so. Ale došao sam do sada.
Jedna pas. Dwa pas. Three pas. 4 race. 420. 450. 6 pas. Awesome call. Heads up. Awesome check.
Beautiful flop here for Peter. Is it 2 pairs up against a small pair? Who, unfortunately for him, though, Christos will be folding. Waste of a good flop, but there you go.
Dopadne, ne? Ace 10. Super. Ace 7.
Ace 7 diamond.
Ja. Two clubs. Of course.
Big blind Russia. Ace big blind. 3000 this year. 480. Chess class. Awesome class.
Peter making a strong raise with tens. 480 does tend to kind of tell you how strong he is with the amount he raises. Quite what Demetrios is looking at, I don't know. Very strange player. All in with the ace queen. He'll almost certainly be called by Peter. We will see a race. Ace queen against, it's a call. Ace queen against tens. The ace queen at risk, but it will cripple Peter if he loses his hand. He will be massively short stacked and be down to 8 big blinds. So Demetrios, ace queen, looking to double up here against the tens. There's the ace, there's the queen. Peter cannot believe his luck. 2 tens in the pack. Only a 10 to hit. 6%, 5-6%. And a big double up. Houses up on the end. Peter cannot believe he's run into a hand that just smacks the flop in the face.
Všetko vytočil.
Točí to jak šalený. Dá to z nich ťažko hráču.
60.
No dobre, už si odčerpal šťastie. Už uvidíme ďalej.
Tak vytočí zase ho.
Vieš, že je to do flipu, aby sa strachoval, že mu dojde jedno ESO.
No.
Dobre, už si mal ESO konti, musíš mať.
No.
To chceš.
No to čo už to?
Tak som sa im tešil práve.
Nevedel si sa veľmi začal do tých 10 už začal.
Moja hodina čas.
Ja som to chcel, akože tu znam. Myslel, že ešte mám nižší pár.
No. A to už teraz som prakticky tam to už urobil.
Dal Wembley?
Tam. To už mal dobre.
All in announced. Short stack now with the ace-9 suited. People will not assume he has a bad hand, but only a premium hand will call. Even Demetrios folds. There's Martin. Martin has ace-king. Poor Peter is going to come across a bigger hand. Half his stack. Cannot be folding here. Call made. Ace King is playing Ace 9 suited. And Peter bemoaning his luck. Still focusing, I think, on losing the 10s to Ace Queen. Let's see if he can get some luck back. 2 hearts. Always a sweat. Any heart now. Any 9. And Peter will double up and be back in the game. And that is not good enough. So we lose our 6th place player, Peter, and then lost against a better hand. Played a strong game, but unfortunately leaves us. Sue's giving him a nice handshake. We are down to 5. There we can see our stacks. So Martin back up to 3rd now. He was 2nd at one point, but Dimitrov made a huge double up with the ace-queen against Peter's 10s 2 hands ago. And Roland, who continues to be at the bottom of the board. He's been at the bottom from 8 onwards. However many players left, he's been at the bottom. So if he's still at the bottom by the time we finish, he will have won it, if that makes any sense. So, and probably give 10 to 1 that he still won't smile.
The card at 7 of spades is out of game.
Big mistake. King high fold. King high fold. Big mistake. This is a good seat, huh?
Can you go?
No. I cannot go. You will go.
Still here.
Yeah, because I said you will come back. You see? But now you will lose. It cannot run forever. Money come, money go.
Interesting re-raise with a 7-5 suited. Martin with ace-8 suited. And Christos with a playable hand as well. But how would he feel about Marian's raise? He's been getting so much respect on this table. A lot of it undeserved, to be fair, with the hands he's re-raised with. No nonsense. King, Queen. Christos has pushed. Martin has to put away his ace, and I think Marianne will fold. I'm going to play it out a bit, but I don't think he wants people to see the fact that he's playing these kind of low connected hands, which I totally agree with, but he won't want to show it more than anything. Good bet, good cards. Yep. Not that good, but just well played, Christos. Martin raising with a pair of 7s. We have 5 left. Our next pair out is hitting 5 figures, 11,500. Roland will be folding. Another smile.
Ani со своим.
keď už nič iné.
Už musím tak zodpovedne zareagovať.
To nie, no však odpovedne, tak to je easy.
Na čo to mám?
No, trojka. In dvojka.
My si chceli do trojku, nebo spinky.
No, it sounds like a name. The number 3 in Slovakia sounds like a curly name.
Check. 3 bet 500. A pas.
2 times the same card. Tady tu na velitu.
Ideme na 10 bandov a musíme vymýšľať.
Sunrise 425, 425. Kolo 425. Preparation game, prehráte. Dvojka check. Trojka check. Osmačka bet 600, 600.
Nice bet there by Costas, taking the pot down.
Yeah, please. Thank you very much.
Era. Era, digino tämmöisiä. Mitäkään me alfa? Me alfa. Ne. Mä sen yksi juuri kyllä lähin.
bet 775. Trojka tam.
Nie, ze mnie jedno preso.
Bezep?
Ale
Trojka 800. 800.
Martin betting into the King Jack Jack with tens. Is Dimitrios going to make a move here? He's thinking about it. Wow. Wow. He is more than thinking about it. Now Martin got to work out what kind of player he's up against. He just folds though. Great play by Dimitrios. He's capable of these. Did this yesterday on day 2. He's capable of these incredible plays. And then also folds the nut flush draw without any kind of opposition, really. So, a very unusual player. I'm going to leave it there. Dimitrios raising with the ace-8. Marian, yet another ace in his hand. Usually 3 bets these. And he is going to.
Руден 1,150,000 baht.
He plays the difficult hands so well. However, Dimitrios could do anything here. He's measured up a 4 bet. Now, it's one of the first times that someone has actually fought back against Marian. He's got most of his 3 bets through. This is a new experience for him. And it's Dimitrios, the maverick player at the table. Looks like we're going into a break after this. And he lets it go. So, nice play by Dimitrios. He's really starting to open up. No, they're all back. I thought we were on a break there. Everyone left. Really starting to open his game up and look to get up that leaderboard. I think you want to sit there, Martin. There's less chips. Right, back in his rightful seat. shove with ace king. Nope. Mr. Happy folds 5-2 offsuit and bemoans his bad luck. Started off 8th and 7th and 6th, and at the moment he's 5th. So he has moved up the pay jumps very effectively.
What is Slovakish female player? Trojkarin?
It's a lady.
Players player. There is no female. Ty betala si zora? Koľko máš?
Najviac.
Nie, povedz koľko.
Najviac, za istý typ. 300 čo mám. 300.
To je na počúvanie.
Kde sa bavíme?
Turnaj máme vyšetlený 5000, 10 000 big blind, 10 000 blind up, 5000, 10,000 big blind, 10,000.
Sa nalepilo od teba na mňa. Okay.
Jak to mám od včera?
Osmička race, 4 silver speech, 425.
Another ace king for Christos. Raising the 4-2-5. Demetrios this time didn't have a hand he can shove with. And I think Martin will be folding his big blind. Oh, maybe not. Yep. Easy game when you have ace king 5-handed. Christos getting a run of decent hands here. Raises with the ace-8 suited. And we'll see an angry fold here. Martin folding the small blind. And our chip leader will actually fold this one, giving respect to the raiser.
Tak nie no, 26. Mi dvakrát zase vyšlo 10.
Pretty sure Marianne will be raising with the Queen 7 suited. Ace 5 cool by Christos. Not a lot in it. And ace-5 has massacred this flop. But Marianne will represent the ace. He's raised. He will not expect Christos to have an ace because he just called him. But Christos can milk here if he wants to. Does not want to be raising. Made an error earlier, put the wrong chips in, and lost a lot of value. So be very careful. Not a good card for Christos, and gives an awful lot of scope for Marianne to represent here. He's drawing dead, but he doesn't know it, and he certainly won't show it. But checks it does. It really is the worst card for Christos. Marianne B. Check, check.
Two pairs, not 3 pairs.
Yep, 3 pairs indeed. Christos picks up a little hand there from the chip leader.
Das ist eine schlechte Angewohnheit. Ich meine, ich habe mehrere schlechte Angewohnheiten.
Aber ich habe die schlechteste. Das ist die schlechteste, dass ich die Geld weiß.
Nachreden, wenn du gewinnst.
Na,
Das macht man nicht.
okay, Entschuldigung.
Bei mir wollte ich nicht entschuldigen.
Sag's ihm.
Dimitrov does not like these middle connected suited hands. Most players will be raising with Jack 9, Queen 9 suited. He passes very unique way of playing the game, but at the moment it's working for him. Rolling with 9-7, dominating the 8-2 suited, and Christos whacks it in the face with top set. Gonna need to bet now and hope that Roland has an ace. No good. Did not get any business there. Unfortunate for Christos.
Für meinen Sohn, ich bin auch weg.
Martin now with the big slick ace king. Just over the min raise. Marianne with a pair of 3s. Usually 4 bets, but may decide just to call, I think, with a small pair. More sensible option here. Christos folds. Now we have small pair against ace king. Bad flop for both players. Very connected board. Won't stop Marion betting.
Shesta bet Shesta 600.
Nick's good. Means I fold in Austrian.
The last deal for this night.
Last.
For somebody for sure. For somebody for sure. Kaličiš to len.
Vôbec.
Ne?
Ja som tu rád s vami.
No je taký, prekypuješ radosť.
Nie, fakt, tak toto... Mám rád takéto smeny streamové.
Nice pair of tens here for Marion. Been raising with all sorts, had a lot of aces so far. This time he's raising with a premium hand. Christos, an immediate fold with ace four suited. Now will our short stack want to play Queen Jack? If he does get it in, he'll get called, but he has two overs. He won't know that. But at some point he has to decide. He's only got 10 big blinds. So he has to decide when to play his 10 big blinds. It's actually a good spot for him, but he doesn't know it. As good a spot to double up as he will find, because he has two overcards to the pair. So fairly even 55-45 in Marianne's favour. And he does need to double up. He can't sit there with 10 big blinds going down. Every big blind, you have to put the ante in as well, so that's two.
He will answer in 30 seconds.
Not quite sure what's going on. Just taking his time trying to work out what to do. Two players behind as well.
Ναι, ναι. Το άλλο το είδες στο χέρι με το Παπαβαλεβανέ. Ναι. Σερβίς. Το είχες εκεί μέσα.
Only what is this? Ποτέ δεν έχω τίποτα.
Decides against the push, which is totally understandable. He only has one chance with the 10 big blinds and Queen Jack offsuit. Just isn't quite cut it. Marianne showing the tens. I wonder how he feels now, whether he should have taken the gamble or not.
Αυτός καμιά... Πώς έχει αυτός, 1, 2, 4, 6.
Vieš práve prečo to je adekvátne? Lebo kto z nich musí dať čo najísť, aby proti tebe išiel?
Banco.
Keď ja to púšťam.
Και αυτός
Ale
κρατάει
však dobre,
κάρτες.
ideš proti mne a ja môžem byť s Vesom.
Ja viem, ale ja len proti ja viem, ale akože ja som chcel využiť toto, že idem len s tebou, vieš.
Ale teba to nie až tak zaujíma. Zaujímajú ťa najmä mňa.
9 blind je korektné.
Nie na mojou open. Určite nie.
Na to, aký mi chodia karty, to bola špička.
Jedno pas. 20.
Ale,
Neviem, jak by to dopadlo, ne?
Martin on the small blind with ace 8. Likely to raise. Could shove. Yep, 2.5 million. So he only has 12 big blinds. And immediate fold by Marion.
Ani silu.
This time Roland finally wakes up with a hand. And I'm sure actually different ways of playing this. He has gone all in, but could have raised instead. Very hard for someone to have a hand to call an all-in raise from a tight player. Marianne keeping the pressure up, raising with 8-6. How's Carla? How is Christos going to play? He calls as is his usual play. Doesn't like re-raising. Just likes the call. Not a bad flop for sevens, but Marianne will bet into it. Oh, he won't because on the button. Christos checks, Marianne bets, and I'm sure Christos will not fold. You cannot fold these kind of hands. That's a good card for the sevens, because if Marianne had an ace, he may feel the ace is playing, but the bigger two pairs to Christos would take the pot down. I think Christos, he's going to make a value bet. Thought he might just check call. Nice play, Christos. And he increases his stack up to nearly 10 million. Martin coming in with an ace-3 suited. Roland will bemoan his luck and fold. Dimitrios going to call with a king queen. Didn't fancy a raise. Well, Martin said it's 3. Check, check. Not a good card for either player. Dimitrios needs to hit a king and queen, but Martin did show some weakness, having raised and then just check. You can see a bet here. Nope. Ace. Ace 3, 2 pairs now. Pretty sure Martin will feel he's ahead here, and Dimitrios can't have a flush with the way the hand was played. Doesn't mean Dimitrios won't attack back. He doesn't. Sensible play. Can't see Marianne's hand, but he's made a raise to 450. Almost like there's only one poker player on this table, and he is the chip leader. Pretty well doing what he wants. Occasionally someone will fight back, but they're so rare. Martin raising with the ace-jack. Marianne considering playing his 7-2, not just playing it. Me. His instincts to carry on the aggression, it's not left him. Martin, though, may well push. Yep. And Marianne smiles to himself, but he does lose 1.5 million there because he can't help himself. If there's any way he can win a pot, he will do it, and his 3-4 betting strategy has been fairly good. Still our small stack. Roland in seat 1 has been our small stack the whole night, but has moved his way from 8th to 5th, guaranteed 11,500 euros. So he's made 6,000 euros by playing very, very tight. And it's an effective way of playing if you just haven't if you don't get the cards and you haven't got the stack. Demetrius raising. Can't see his hand at the moment. And the call with the Queen Jack and the Ace 9. So we have 3 to the flop. 1.3 million in already. Yep, just trying to get a read on his cards. Christos has hit top pair. Christos has checked. Demetrios is betting. It's a strong bet. Marianne will let this go. 3-handed. Now, what does Christos do? He's hit top pair. Just calling.
Told you before already, you can do whatever you want. It's your house. We are just the kids.
You're a very nice man, that Martin. I hope to meet him sometime. Might borrow his shirt. Looks like the Ace 9 is still ahead. He's going to be check calling, I think, if Demetrios plays at this. A few hands have been made. King Jack. Sorry about it, actually. Christos shows the ace, and Demetrios just mucks his cards. Martin raising. Marianne with a King Jack. Oh, that's interesting. Must have felt something from the strength of that raise. Christos asking for a count of how many chips he has behind. A bit of information for later. Not going to be doing anything here with the 7-6. He hasn't really got the game like Marion to 3-bet with nothing. This is a more interesting opportunity. Queen 9 suited. He's down to 7.5 big blinds. So he does have to make a move very soon. Not many of the players have liked these middle connected hands. First time he smiled. Just slaps down a call. He's hit one spade. He's hit the second nuts. What a hand. Going to double up here. Martin's trying to get a count. He's only got a pot size stack. Martin puts any chips in here, he's going to lose them. That went check, check. Now is Roland going to get maximum return?
The 9, good kicker.
He called when he hit the 9, unfortunately for Martin. So fantastic hand there for Roland, who has actually smiled. He has smiled. All the bad press about him is completely wrong. Fake news. Seat 1 does smile. So little double up there, keeps him in the game. Only takes him to 10 big blinds though, to be honest. And we're on a break.
είμαστε κοντά. 3-6, 3-2, εσύ 9, 10 και 12. 10 έχει. Μια χαρά πάμε. Πάμε γερά, ρε. Θα χαρώ πολύ πάντως, άμα προχωρήσουμε κι άλλο.
No dobre,
Πρέπει,
začíname.
ρε, αδερφέ, μαζί.
Znovu. Teraz by ma zaujímal chip count. Tak teraz ti dáva. Som si všimol, že...
Prichádza.
Teraz ma to zaujíma. He's coming. Minulú prestávku ma to zaujíma.
Winter is coming.
Welcome back, everyone. Does look like they've been discussing a deal and looking at the ICM deal there, which obviously would favour Roland, who is our second stack now, because Martin is dropped down to our short stack. But Marian and Christos and now Dimitrios, all very even. Marian's lost quite a few hands since he took the chip lead. And so we've got 3 on top and 2 short stacks. So at least they're considering some kind of ICM deal. Don't know if it's been agreed. It doesn't look like it. Don't normally get 5-handed deals here. And there we can see that Marian is still chip leader, but only just. Christos has been very solid, made a lot of good folds, and has just been quite conservative in how he's played. Martin has been more adventurous and come unstuck a couple of times. But this time he has King Queen offsuit and goes all in. Got to remember, it's a big hand, 5-handed, and also for anyone to call, they really have to have ace jack minimum, preferably above. Interesting hand brewing here between Queen 10 of Martin and Queen 9. Our 2 short stacks. Up and down for the Queen 10, whereas Roland has hit bottom pair. How will this go? I thought it might. A push from Martin makes it very, very hard for Roland to consider that his 9 is winning. We know it is, but there's not a lot in it. 55-45. This could take a while. It usually does. Both players looking to get one higher on the payout ladder. I think it's worth about 5,000, so it's not a simple decision at any point. If you lose and you're out, the difference between 5th and Fourth, I think, is about 5,000. And I think he had no choice but to fold there. Good play by Martin. Demetrios raising with the 2-3. Martin, 5-handed, almost certainly will call. Marion with 3-2 could do anything. Wow, he's calling as well. So we've got two players with 3-2 and one with King Jack. I bet the 2 comes down. Demetrios making an interesting raise. Oh my god, 2, 3, 4, 5. 2 made straights. They're going to be so annoyed by the end when they split this pot. Wow, raises with 2-3 and hits a made hand. We know Marion has checked to check raise. Martin will get out of the way. I'll see Marion's 3-bet come in. Thinks he's too strong to raise, so he's just calling. Both players here sizing up the opportunity, but Marion has a redraw now to the hearts. Demetrios gonna have to bet this. It's not a good card for him though. It's made a higher straight and a flush. So I think that's a sensible check. This may go check, check, and split pot. Or bet call. Telling his Greek friends that his mental Greek friend on the table raised with 2-3 suited. Split pot. Rolling with a pair of sixes. He's only got 12 big blinds. Should be shoving here. And if someone's got a good hand behind, you've still got a pair. Yep, sensible play. Stops Demetrius shoving with ace-2 or raising with ace-2 anyway. Anyone else got a hand behind? Is the sixes going to run into trouble? It is not. So takes down the blinds. Well played.
Bolo to vtipné s tými 2-3, no.
Srdcia gamblerov, ne?
Tak ja som tu bol na 300, som potreboval.
We play to 32 level, oder?
On otváral 2-3. To z bigu 3 kg a bolo jeden kol. Tak už som to tam dal. Minimum.
Marion raising on the button. Blinds are pretty severe now, 125, 250. So even to the bigger stacks. Roland, true to form, is weed off again. Look, he raised all in, made a few chips. Come on. And he's in 5th place, minimum. He should be happy.
Big blind.
You're both lucky that you see your King J.
You are open, call 300.
No, link call. Până că nu mi Discord. Dames, lekai
No,
ňa.
ešte
Short lekai ňa.
také.
Mi to
Ako
dames.
postupka by mohla ti
Jak
byť.
to chodí, to funguje komu je.
Bravo.
Potop ho.
Dva páry kľudne ti môžu skočiť.
Toľko šťastia.
A?
Deka?
A?
Deka 8.
Deka 8-5. Bastuni olla. Kardeka.
10-9 at risk, but he has it a 10. Very little cards to survive. Looks like Demetrios' queens will win this pot, and he beats the short stack. So he did very, very well, Roland, to cling on right from. He was literally the short stack the whole final table, and he wins 11,550. But we are down to 4 players, 2 at the top and 1 short stack on the table.
Split with chips.
Blind check? Blinds? Blinds? 250?
Only one big?
No,
250, sir? Or big blinds?
Okay.
det var big blood. Ja, det var
big
small.
Okay.
Another good hand for Demetrios. Ace Jack on the small blind. He's going to be raising the short stack. Now, if Martin has any kind of big hand here, and he does, he has a pair of nines, he will be shoving. We will see a shove and a call, I think. Demetrios is never easy to read, but we'll certainly see a shove from Martin. Triangle announced and immediate call. Flip indeed, my friend. Nines against Ace Jack. Demetrios called almost before Martin made the bet. Good flop for the nines. We could see a double up here. Backdoor flush. Still good. Nines in good shape. Only an ace or a jack. Oh, and the ace on the river spikes, and Martin, having played a great game tonight, some very good disguised raises and really varied the game up, but finishes in fourth. And we are down to 3 players in the Slovak Series of Poker here at Banco Casino. First prize is 50k. We are now into the bigger money, 15k there. It's roughly 20, 30 and 50, I think it is, that we've got left. Something like that. Right, here we go. 3 players. 2 Greeks and a Slovakian. And for the first time in the final table, Marianne is not our chip leader. Literally first time. He's been chip leader the whole day and most of yesterday. So Demetrios, our maverick player from Greece, has moved into the lead. Maybe he knows more than some of his plays have shown. Looks like he's going to raise on the button with 10-8. Call by Marion on the big blind with 7-6. 10 has hit. Demetrios has not been very confident about second pairs very much, but I'm sure he'll feel okay about this. Not a good card for either player, really. Bringing in straights, high cards. No one's going to feel that confident with either hand. But we know Demetrios is 100% winner unless Marion finds a way of taking the pot off him. Can he represent something with this card? Not really. I think this will just be check, and Demetrios will take down 1.4 million pot. Demetrios with a small ace, raising. Marion with a bigger ace. He 3 bets with 4-2. I can't think he won't do it here. Let's say 11 or so. And another ace. It could all go mad here. Three-handed, any ace is pretty big. But Christos gets out of the way. Demetrios. Demetrios will not want to fold an ace three-handed. And if he's looked at any of the coverage so far, he'll know that Marian has been making three bets with some very, very poor hands. So totally understand the call here. Marian has varied up his raising range to literally any two cards. And he said his three. Ace 3 is ahead of the ace 10. Marian is first to act on the small blind. It's going to be a pretty good flop for Demetrius. Cannot put a razor on kind of ace 6 or 5-7. Could have a suited ace to the spades, but he's got to feel confident that his 3 is winning this. But he has done some very strange plays today. He's folded when I've thought he should be probably raising, let alone calling. And very much his own player. Does take his time. Oh, wow. Yeah. Okay. Like I said, I have no idea what he was going to do. I'm not sure he does either. But he's in the last 3 and he's guaranteed some serious Euro Wonga, which is slang for money.
Budeme pokračovať blindami 10 000, 25 000 big blind, 25 000, tournament is continual blinds 10,000, 25,000 big blind, 25,000 and dealer shuffle of a deal.
Interesting hand, this one. Both ace 6 suited. Marianne coming in with a 4-bet. Demetrios raised. Marianne 3-bet him. 1.8 million. It's a strong 3-bet. How does Demetrios feel? 3-handed with ace 6 suited. He's now our chip leader. Looks like he is measuring up a 4-bet. He's going to put the pressure right back on Marian. And Marianne's response is to push all in. Beautiful play this. It's a really interesting hand. So Demetrius does cover, but he's saying I can fold an ace. What play by Marianne there. Fantastic awareness and courage to win that pot. 5-bet all in with ace-6 suited, which is a strong hand, 3-handed, and maybe Demetrios didn't know that. And Marian now takes the lead back. So for about 10 minutes he was second, and now rightfully restored to the chip lead with 70 big blinds. Christos 37. No one is short stacked, so this will ebb and flow for a while. Hold on to your seats, guys. Two overs and a pair of sevens. But we're talking about Marian, who does not let many pots get away from him. How is Christos going to play this? He's now the shorter stack of the three. And quite rightly, you can't be folding pairs just because someone's bet. Good card for the sevens. Is Marianne going to slow down because he must know that Christos would be calling with a top pair as well here? Yeah, he does. He's very sensible. Christos grabbing his opportunity where Marian shows weakness to bet. He was ahead anyway, and even if he wasn't, it's still a good bet.
Počkaj, úplne nie je to také zložité. Chill, come on, do this.
Marianne raising on the button with Jack 10. How's Demetrios going to play his 5-2? Going to have a look. Despite Marianne being chip leader. Very disguised hand. Picked up a gut shot. Marianne's second pair. $1.5 million in the pot. I'm expecting a bet of about 6-7. 575, just under the 6. There's Demetrius going to call with the gut shot. This is not optimal play, according to all the computers, but he has. Hasn't helped either player, but may slow Marion down with the club on board. Wow. He's hit his straight. 2-5 has hit the gut shot straight. But how does he get paid? 2.7 million in the pot. It'll be very hard for Marion to put him on a straight. He may feel that he's hit an ace and slow played it a bit, or possibly even hit a flush. But he may well call as well. Yep. Hello there. Doesn't understand how another player can have 5-2, even though he plays 5-2 quite often. So some of his own medicine back. Well played, Demetrios. Another good hand there. You get a lot wider range when you're down to 3 players. So Marianne will raise at any opportunity. And Christos will call with an 8-9. Both players at perfect rights to do that. 6, 7, 8, 9 for Christos. Lovely flop, really. Best flop you can have without hitting a card. Marianne technically winning, but I'd rather have Christos's hand. 750 is the bet. Christos just calling. Marianne's antenna will be up because when he does this, when he just calls, he's usually ahead. Looks like that was a check. So only a king for Marianne. No, he was just repeating. I apologise. So it was just Christos's check. Marianne going to bet this quite big. Tough spot here for Christos. He's up and down though with second pair. He's only losing to the ace. Looks like if he works it through, he could even push here. Two ways of winning. He's either gets called because he's behind, or he wins, or he draws to the up and down or two pairs. It's in good shape, but depends how he sees it. I'd like to see the push here. You're here to win the tournament, not limp to third or second even. Wow. Oh, Marianne wins again. And these other players have not picked up how many times he's betting or raising with absolutely nothing. Playing a fantastic poker, but the others are letting him. So Christos, I think, if he sees that back, he won't be too happy. Marianne with a lovely Queen 10 suited on the button, making the raise. Christos with an equally pretty suited connected hand. Demetrius better off out of this with an 8-5 offsuit, but he wants to play. It's a family pot, all three players in, and 2 million already. Just shows you how big the blinds are. 7, 8, 9 of diamonds. Demetrius with the straight flush draw, and he's hit the straight with the 5, but Marianne has hit the top straight with the 10. Not a great card for Christos's Jack 8, plus two other players still in the pot. May have to let this go, but doesn't. So Marianne betting out with the upper straight. Demetrios has the lower straight and the flush draw. So this will be very interesting how he plays this. You can't know that his flush is good. We know it's the only flush draw, but wow, he's made some that wasn't a bad fold in this particular case, but he's made some awful folds. And Marianne will win with the upper straight. Nice hand. Just waiting for that big clash with two big hands, or two hands that hit the flop. Marianne back to chip leader, will not relinquish this easily. Making a small raise to 525. And Christos with an equally bad king calls. Could be the 3 or 7 that's significant here, and the 7 hits. Christos going nowhere. Marianne would be betting this anyway, but this time he'll bet it with a little security of having second pair, and Christos, nothing to do with this, will probably have to fold.
675.
Yeah.
Just pass. Awesome race. 625. 625,000.
Christos getting a bit bored, raising with the queen 3. 9-7 calls it second pair. If this checks down, Dimitrios will pick up a 1.5 million pot. And does take it down.
Два raise. 625 тысяч.
Dimitrios with a very attractive king jack 3-handed raises. Marianne does not want to let this go quite yet. 6-5. It is 5, but Dimitrios will be repping the ace. Or at least he should be. And he is.
Два бет. 700 тысяч.
Marianne is a non-believer in most cases. Calls with bottom pair. Now Dimitrios hits his king. Should make a kind of similar bet. 1.2, 1.3 million.
Два бет. 1 миллион 200 тысяч.
Perfect. 1.2. Be much harder now for Marianne to call with both an ace and a king, but he does. He really does not like folding. No help there on the river. So if Dimitrios does another small bet, Marianne could look at raising, but decides to check. I think it's a good option. Yeah. Bit of a moan, but he made the decision to call twice.
Šest race, 625. Awesome call. That's it.
Could be quite close. 10-8 suited. Sorry, 10-8 against Jack 9. This will go to whoever plays the hand the best. We know that Marion will be raising. That's almost giving him chips, Christos. If you're going to bet, you have to bet stronger than that and with more thought, knowing that Marianne will raise you, because he will. He's done it nearly every hand.
Big one, please. Šest race, 650. 650. Awesome pass. Два call. That's it.
Demetrios calling with 10-3 suited against Marion's over pair of jacks. He has picked up a gut shot.
Just bet 1 million.
Well, does he want to play it is more the question. He's given up an awful lot of draws. Yep, I'm giving up this one as well. About 2 hours ago, played King 4 suited, hit the nut flush draw on the flop, and just folded. So, a very unusual Maverick style, whereas Marion is just pure aggression. Very nice man, but very aggressive poker player. Three-handed still.
Awesome pass. Два race. 550 тысяч.
Demetrios raising with the 6-7 suited. Marion coming back at him with an ace. 1.8 million. Tricky spot for Demetrios, has to fold. Marion back into his dominating play, and there's not much either player can do about it at the moment.
Small blind possible. Два pass.
Big blind, please. Chest pass.
This time Marion not in the hand. Christos reading some weakness and raising with 10-4. But Demetrius has a pretty strong Queen 9 suited and has hit a magic flop. He's top set. Top set and Christos betting into it. I hope he just calls. No. Silly boy is raising and takes it down, and that's just inexperience, I think. I will put that down to. You hit a magic hand like that and you have to just try and milk it. Do not raise there. Christos back though to 11 big blinds and very even between our two chip leaders, Marion and Demetrios. Call on the small blind. I think he'll be punished here by Marion. And then he wants to have a look with the suited jack. Not a lot in this, 60-40. Very flop dependent. It's a pretty bad hand for a red jack 6. See how he plays it. Check. He's now hit a 6. So he zooms into the lead with 2 pairs. Happy to take this down, I would think. Marion probably regretting not having a bet earlier. Demetrius raising with jack 10. Well, Marion has an ace and 3 bets in back. A6. Demetrius may want to call this though. Quite strong Jack 10 3-handed. If it hits, it can be massive. Strongest hand when suited to beat a big overpair. Not that Marion has a big overpair. Marion's hit his ace. And a gut shot for Demetrius. All red though. Let's it go. Fair decision. Calls with a 4-3 suited. Demetrios with Jack 9. There's a 9. And the backdoor diamonds. Demetrios with second pair, but not looking to bet really. Now he starts to open up. It's a pot-sized bet. Yeah, very big bet, really. Just about the pot. Haven't seen that very much, but it's effective.
fair, no?
It's fair. Now walk. You see? Walk. Queen.
Marianne getting busier with a variety of hands, picking up as many pots as he can. And the other two players are letting him. Demetrios now getting busy with the king 3 suited. Marianne, pretty strong hand, 3-handed, queen jack suited. And he does like a raise, but in this case, it's quite a strong hand, so he can afford just to call. Similar stacks, these two chip leaders. Up and down for Marianne, but top pair for Demetrios. Both have hit this flop. 8 outs for Marianne. Chooses not to take the free card, but bets into the pot. 1.2 million. Even Demetrios is not going to fold this top pair, surely. Very, very hard player to work out. Now that brings in a flush draw, brings in a lot of equity for Marianne. 4.4 million in the pot already. I think we'll see quite a strong bet. Got an awful lot of cards to hit. Plus, the way it's been played, he can't put Demetrios on top pair. I think we'll see something like 1.5, 1.7 million. Oh wow, it's even bigger. 2.8. It's a very big bet. Very interesting hand, this one. Top pair calling. It's got to avoid a heart, a 9, an ace. And he does. Whether he knows it or not, he's still ahead. How will Marianne play it? Already 10 million in the pot. I think he is looking to check call depending on the bet. Marianne reaching for chips. Any way he can win this pot. $5 million, it's a big bet. If Marianne calls this, the tournament is upside down. He looks like he's calling and he calls. Marianne unhappy that he got called. But he was called by top pair. So no argument there really. He's just unhappy. He didn't hit really. Had so many cards to hit on the turn. Now this Maverick player from Greece, big chip leader. Still have 3 players. Small pair on the button for Demetrius, our new chip leader. Here's a substantial chip lead. Folding a pair on the button, 3-handed. I literally, it looks like we've got 2 all-ins. 8-7 against King 9. And we may lose Marion and have a Greek 1 and 2. Marion ran that bluff too far. Demetrius picked him off. But he's hit a 7 here. King 9 is now behind. Still behind. 4 million in the pot. Marianne wins and we lose. Christos, our Greek friend, gives a hug to Demetrius and we are down to 2 players. I think we'll probably have a short 5-minute break while they reset and get the trophy and all that. Yep, here comes Suze just to tell them they just need to reset. We'll be back in 5 minutes. There's our leaderboard. Demetrios Nanos from Greece has moved right up the top, 28 million, and Marianne has 12 million. We'll be back very soon.
Sedmičku dáme na osmičku. Šestku na sedmičku, prepáč.
Do you like deer?
No. What?
Sir?
Yes.
Sir, do you like deer?
Half and half?
ACN.
the final. Greek against Slovakia. Greece against Slovakia. Grécko versus Slovensko. Gratulujem ešte raz. Jasne, komu fandím. No. As I said at the beginning, your blind level will be now 30 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah. So, že blindy, bo ako som hovorila na všetku, že idú na polku viac zatáť, že máte 30 minútové.
Som nevedel. To som nezachytil. No, dobre.
Aj som vám tu na všetku, akože na začiatku ešte final day, aj na začiatku finálového stále, ale nevadí. 30 minútové na polku. And yeah, I think we can start, you know? Pýtaj sa... No,
môžeme?
Miešaj?
Ideš to losovať, či tak je to?
Nie, tak to.
A ja som teraz na tu na... Mali, nie?
Sir, can we take it?
No. I don't want to take it. Because once we are finished, then I have to give it back because, you know, I need some chips for the...
Big one, please.
For the winner.
Service.
For the pig.
Okay.
It's okay. Počkaj. Stoj prosím.
Ja
ťa,
ešte
neviem. Dobre, už keď si dohral prvé, to je dobre. Okay, so I wish you the best of luck and good luck.
Yeah.
Big one, sir.
Welcome back, everyone. We're now heads up 2-1 in favour of our Maverick player, Dimitrios from Greece, against our local Slovakian, who had the chip lead for most of this tournament, but got caught by Dimitrios bluffing when he missed a big draw on the turn. I don't expect Marian will change his approach in terms of his aggression, and I'm expecting Dimitrios to take the more passive role and just wait for the right hand and catch Marian. But he may have increased his stack a fair bit by then. Who knows? Interesting final pairing, this. Very different styles. Dimitrios, very hard to read. Raising with 10-6. Marian does not fold. Calls with a 6-3. Very dominated here, but he's up and down. It's a good board for him. Dimitrios has missed, but may decide to c-bet this. Half the pot. Is Marian going to raise or just call? He raises indeed. And I think that's a good play with the 4-5 there and puts maximum pressure back on Dimitrios, who has missed this flop. He'll be putting him on a good jack, possibly a flush draw. Either way, his 10-6 is no good. Lovely play by Marian. Marian has picked up a small pair on the button. Quite rightly raising with it. Dimitrios, though, with Queen 8, may want to see a flop with this. Let's hit second pair. Again, we'll play this passively. That's his style. We'll let Marian do all the work and hope to pick him off slowly and surely. Please don't fold this. Okay, he didn't. He's made some folds where I've been incredulous with some of the folds he's made. That's a good card for the 8, really. Marian already lost a massive pot earlier, bluffing into Demetrius. Is he going to make the same mistake? Or will Demetrius believe he has a jack? $1.2 million. Now Marian has to be very careful. He's not going to get a fold out of a full house, I'll tell you that, even though he has also got a full house. He may just check this with, at least he's got a hand that has some value. Yep, we'll play Demetrius. So no deal has been made at the moment that I'm aware of. 30,000 with a big jump to 50,000 on top. Both players will get a great payday out of this. Demetrios on the button with an ace. Marian folds. That's not something you see every day.
Viete, že bere vše, čo? Asi tak.
Lovely pair of sevens here for Marian. Jack 4 suited. Demetrius likes these kind of hands. These suited, unconnected hands. Doesn't like the connected ones for some reason. And he's hit 2 diamonds. Well, when he hit the nut flush before, he folded to 1 bet. Marian will follow through, representing a stronger hand than the sevens, but it is still ahead. Hopefully he knows he has the second nut flush. Could see a raise here. Yeah, looks like it. Wow. This could be an interesting double up opportunity for Marian, or a winning hand if he hits his flush. So any jack or diamond. Looks like the sevens could be doubling up here. Can Dimitrios spike a diamond? Or now a 4? Nope. So double up there for Marion. Changes the whole dynamic of the table. You can see there by the chip stacks, totally even now. So big double up for Marion, has equalised as chips. I know if I was playing, I'd be discussing a deal. There's 80,000. They have to keep 10%, 8,000 back, but they could split the 72,000, get 36 each, guaranteed, and play on for the 8. That's certainly what I'd be doing if I was in this position, and have done quite a bit when I have been in this position. Always good to do a deal, get guaranteed income, not risk everything on a flip, and suddenly you're flipping for 20,000 euros. It takes a lot to get here, and you need to protect your income. Pretty looking suited ace, Dimitrios, with a pretty ugly looking 8-4 offsuit. But he wants to see a flop. May hit. Hasn't. This should go Marion's way, which I think is the road in Nottingham. Ace still ahead, and he's let the 8 hit. So Marion has not played this hand to the optimum. He should have been betting earlier, I think, with the ace high, and he's let the 8 hit. And when he sees the hand, he's not going to be too pleased. Yep, there we go. Bit frustrated by that hand. Dimitrios looking like a 1970s police detective in a series, 1970s TV series, with his Ray-Bans and his Greek. Demetrius raising with the Queen 9 and a re-raise with the 6s. Just going to get fruity. As Demetrius going to fold to the 3-bet. Doesn't seem to like those middling cards very much. Marion takes down a pot with the best hand. Although we never got to see a flop. Demetrius on the button with 6-4. Goes as a call because he only threw 1 chip in. Demetrius was trying to raise but didn't do it right. 6-4 plays Queen 8 gut shot for Marion. And Demetrius play on the fact that he wanted to raise by making a bet now. That would be the right action as long as he bets enough. $600 called. As it is straight to the Queen. Demetrius drawing dead. Marion trying to reel him in. Looks like it's succeeding. Wow. Unlike the way Demetrius played the hand earlier, I don't think Marion is going to be raising here to scare his opposition off. He's got a big hand. Just needs to call and maybe even check the river. And hope that Demetrius has another pop. But he's raising. He feels it could be vulnerable. I don't like this raise. I think just taking the risk, if you like, and calling when you have the second nuts is more effective. Heads up. You're trying to trap your opposition. You're not trying to take him off many hands, especially if you have the second nuts. I don't know if Demetrius has read the book here, but he's going to be in trouble if he makes a move. Wow. What a play. He has got up to 11 million on a 3-bet. An all-in from Marion. Dimitrios is in real problems here. He is drawing absolutely dead. He has nothing as well. And he has just made a massive bet to 11 and had to fold. A really poor play. Bad timing. So somehow Marion's raise induced a massive 3-bet. And the tables have turned yet again. Marion back in control of this final as he has been the whole day. Massive difference now. 31 million plays 8.6 million. And Dimitrios down to 28 big blinds. And I know Marion will keep his foot down on the pedal.
Blind squeeze. Stadium raise 700,000. Stadium 100 000. Два call. Два check.
Raise P-flop with a 7-8. Queen 9 suited. Dimitrios calls. Both players miss the flop. Marion will probably take this down. And he does.
Big blind. Small blind. Двойка raise 850. Pardon, 950 000. Děkuji. 7 pass. Stadium raise 700,000. Stadium 100 000. Два call. Два check. Stadium bet 900 000. 900,000.
Marion slow playing his aces. It's a good card for him. Gut shot draw for Dimitrios. Marion working out how he can get paid here.
Stadium bet 1 200. 1.2.
Lovely small bet. Going to keep Dimitrios in it. Dangling like a Greek fish. What is a Greek fish? I don't know. Yeah. And he's gone all in. He's enticed him to go all in. Miles behind Dimitrios. Only a 6 will keep him in it. Otherwise, we will have a winner, a well-deserved winner of Marian Flesar from Slovakia. Very popular local player. And we have a winner. He hits a straight to boot. Gives him Dimitrios, who I must admit did very, very well to get second. I don't know how he got up there with the way he plays. Oh, little hug for Suze. They know each other well. Oh, it's been a great final. A lot of strange play, as well as some very solid play. The best player by far was our winner. Well-deserved winner, €50,000. Well played, Marian. Good night to all. See you in a couple of weeks' time for the Polish Championships. And it's JJ Hazan saying good night to all of our wonderful viewers. Good night from Spade TV.
No choď obvolať celú rodinu. Dobre, Robi, dones mi prosím ťa 3 červené.
Jaké dovolie sa?
Dve čierne, Majko, dve čierne, že? Esa.
Asi, hej. Ja myslím.
Mne sa zdá, že hej, počkaj.
Čo mám jesť?
Nič, idem sa červené poprosím. A lodičku mi chod zobrať jednu kešovú.
Ale pamätáš, čo si mi slúbila raz? Že keď vyhrám turnaj, že sa fotíš so mnou.
No jasné, že sa odfotíme.
No.
S víťazom, ale vieš, ja sa iba s víťazmi.
No, že mi... Áno, áno. Čierne S a blondína...
A blondínu mladú.
Manažérka.
Blondínu mladú hneď.
A hneď ku mne. Šup, šup a dávaj a pusu na lico a tak fotiť.
To neviem, čo by mi na to povedal Kupko.
To až tak to neprejde, čo?
Ale bude veľmi rád teda, určite.
Marek? Tak určite.
Nie.
Či kto?
Kuba, hovorím.
Ja Kuba? Ja myslím, že to sa to by len veľmi nežiarli.
Nie, hovorím, že bude rád.
No,
lebo sme spolu telefonovali pred chvíľou a... Pred chvíľou, asi 3 hodiny dozadu. A mi hovorí, že videl som, že ma ešte hral flešár, tak sa teším. Aj z toho Peťera Oblovského hovorí, že
veľmi ho nemusíš, hej, až tak ako hráč. Ako hráč.
Ale že teda sa veľmi tešil, že...
No, sa díky. Pozdravujem.
No, pozdravím. Jedna mi stačila, ja to potrebujem povyrovnávať.
Toto si potrebovala.
Áno.
To ti mohol z rukou spraviť. Formát.
Ja to chcem úplne krásne. Marinko si zaslúžil, no to je.
Ako?
Že ty si zaslúžil len to najlepšie. Škoda, že tu už nemám modré šipky, sme slovenskú vlajku postavili, len by vyzerala trošku viac ako ruská. Tak...
Môžeš spraviť tak, že pomiešaš troška farby a spravíš z toho znak tak spredu.
Akože chcela by som chod skúsiť doniesť modré. Skúšame. Mari, idem skúsiť postavať slovenskú vlajku. Som to poslednú času začala robiť.
Hej.
Thank you.